Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Conference, Inclusive School, How to Manage Culture Shock. The event is being filmed and is broadcasted on air, so you can join this conference both in presence and also online. This conference is organized by the International Organization for Migration Vilnius Office, and this event is devoted to decision makers and educational experts. We will focus on the children of Ukrainian war refugees and the challenges of their integration in Lithuanian schools. We will analyze the current situation and will think what to do better. We will also discuss the needs, challenges, and expectations of educational workers. We do hope that the information will be useful to all, and we also hope that both the speakers and the audience will be active and share their insights. We are in for interesting presentations, and please ask questions afterwards. We will also have two inclusive discussions where your ideas will be welcome as well. The conference is in Lithuanian, but we have interpreters who will help us understand presentations delivered in English and will also translate the Lithuanian presentations into English. The conference is planned until 14:30, and we will have a coffee break around noon, where we will be able to discuss everything in an informal environment. So I do wish you an interesting conference, and I'd like to give the floor now to Eitvydas BINGELIS, the representative of the organizers, who is the head of the Vilnius office of the International Organization for Migration. Welcome, one and all. Since we have started preparing for this event a bit earlier, and we opened the registration last week, and we have more than 200 participants who have registered until now. So we see from this active participation that the topic is interesting, and we'll try and look for the main issues that are present at the moment, because we see that since people are so actively registering, they do encounter challenges, and we want to help them solve those challenges. The topic we chose is inclusive school and managing culture shock. An inclusive school, from the global perspective, from the perspective of sustainable development goals, is a school that is focused not only on the outcomes, but has a broader perspective, including the teachers, partners, parents, NGOs, and the communities that are all involved in the educational process. So we will focus on the realities, current issues, and what happened in February when the war broke out. And on the one hand, we have challenges, and on the other hand, we have possibilities. And the stress that arises in crisis situations to countries who are receiving Ukrainians is also impacting the educational sector. We have 18,000 young people until the age of 18 in Lithuania. So Lithuania has been supplemented by approximately 50 secondary schools. And now the question arises, how ready are we to receive these people? For example, last year we had approximately 1,700 school children from other countries in our educational institutions. Moreover, children and families from Ukraine often have special needs that we have to discuss and understand, including their psychological traumas and experiences, and on the other hand, the culture shock. So in any case, those of you who are here present or listening to us, you understand that once you move to another culture, to another country, apart from the special needs of refugees, there are issues relating to the culture shock and managing it. Theoretically, there are different degrees of culture shock. For example, the 3-month honeymoon, so-called honeymoon, where people have new discoveries, new experiences. The second stage is the crisis and the challenge and trying to adapt to the new society. There is a degree of irritation, etc. So now a half a year has passed, and it is quite likely that people start experiencing certain challenges that we have to be able to solve. The meeting of today will focus on the challenges faced by our educational system. I'm very happy to have guests from the Ministry of Education, Sports and Culture, Martin LUKOŠIUS, Mr. Nielsen from the Danish Consulate, Vitalijus MITROFANOVAS from the municipality of Akmenė, which has unique experience at how to solve these issues at the municipal level. And they have accumulated really good and positive experience. UNHCR, we have Frederick Smets, who will share about the European response and how these challenges are being tackled in other countries. From Vytautas Magnus University, we have the team of Ms. Kveskienė, Ms. Šalavėjienė, and Margarita Nikiforova from Ukraine. And they will share the results of a study and the early insights, which will be useful to decide which direction to follow. From the World Health Organization, we have Eitvydas, who will share with us the information about integrational and emotional issues, and Dr. Auksė Petruškevičienė from the Social Pedagogists Association, as well as Agnė Klinčiauskaitė-Janavičienė from the Gravitas School. They also have excellent experiences to share with us. We do hope that afterwards all of you will get certain ideas and insights and will find common points of departure to turn this challenge into an opportunity to us all. So thank you to all of you, and let's move on. Thank you to the head of the Vilnius office of the IOM, Eitvydas BINGELIS. We will hear from him later on during the discussions. And as he mentioned, we have prominent speakers and guests also from the government. Therefore, we are happy to see in this conference the Chancellor of the Ministry of Education and Sports, Mr. LUKOŠIUS, and he will deliver an introduction address and will speak about the Ukrainian children in the vision of inclusive school. Thank you. Hello to all the participants. The topic is extremely important. As has already been mentioned, Lithuania has seen a lot of new schools emerge in the sense that Ukrainian children have come here. And at the technical level, our country, of course, normally would not prepare for such eventualities. And I am very happy that emotionally Lithuanians have been very composed and have done a good job to receive Ukrainians in such a difficult time. My presentation will be a broader one because it's not the ministry, but the teachers at schools who have to really welcome the refugees and create good atmosphere and emotions to them. So I will focus about the strategic administration and the decisions that had to be made. I am Julius LUKOŠIUS, the Chancellor of the Ministry. Why am I speaking about the Ukrainians? Why is it not the Vice Minister who's talking about them? The answer is simple. Back in 2020, when we started working in the Ministry, we saw that there are two main directions. The progress that has to be achieved by the new government, as well as the sequence of many extreme situations. Back then, we had to face the challenge of education during times of COVID, and we had to foresee different stages, and we understood that one vice minister will not be enough. So traditionally, we found another person, the chancellor, and this is how I became responsible for education during COVID and the coordination of different issues, which was followed by the wave of illegal migrants from Belarus, and I was responsible for that too. And now we have Ukrainians arriving in Lithuania, and I'm responsible for the organization of their education. Therefore, I'm here speaking to you today. We are doing this not on voluntary grounds. This is our duty. This is our job. Many laws instruct us to organize the education of people arriving in Lithuania, and we have learned this lesson before Ukrainians. We learned it when in Lithuania we saw Belarusians arriving, not Belarusians, but illegal migrants arriving through the Belarusian border. We had to organize their education as well. So it was quite useful that we, and thanks to Mr. Lukashenko for that, so that we could adapt and prepare for the situation beforehand. This slide is called the story of success, but I could not call the war in Ukraine a success at all. We can talk about the success when we can talk about Ukraine's victory in this damned war. But currently, the situation is such that in Lithuania, we have more minors, more than 22,000. 3,000 are younger than 3 years, so they are not even in kindergartens. But we see a lot of school children, and we see a lot of kindergarten children. So we see that the pressure on educational institutions that is about to grow. Out of the 22,000 Ukrainian children in Lithuania, more than 13,000 have registered in Lithuanian educational institutions. We have studied all European countries, and the majority, well, it is said here that we are out of the 9 countries that involve more than half of Ukrainian school children. But if we take a look at the other 8 countries, they have about a couple of thousand Ukrainians, whereas their own population is much more numerous. So we could say that we're not one of the 9 countries, but one of the 2 or 3 countries, such small countries receiving such a large number of Ukrainians, and half of them are already in educational institutions in Lithuania. We have a lot of data and a lot of myths that can be dismantled with the help of data. We often hear from Ukrainians, from journalists, that many of Ukrainians go to Russian schools. Every 5th one go to a Russian school, mostly those who arrived early, and mostly we're talking here about older school children whose parents had to make even, albeit bad, but sensible decision to reduce the shock to their children, where they would have to refocus on a totally different language, unfamiliar language in the last classes, stages. Ukrainians are encouraged to choose Lithuanian schools, but 15% of the school children are also receiving education in Ukrainian. We do hope that this percentage will grow further. Out of the 12,000 school children who are in Lithuanian educational establishments, the majority study in the traditional way. They go to school from Monday to Friday, they participate in classes, and about 600 are learning online in Ukrainian schools, and they go to Lithuanian schools to learn Lithuanian and to receive informal education and psychological help if needed. But here you cannot see the remaining 12,000 children. They're not included in the statistics. But let me assure you that we have not forgotten about them. Out of them, 3,000, about 4,000 or 5,000 are those who are preschool. They are supposed to go to kindergartens, and we have 7,000 children who should go to schools. And I'd like to extend a great thanks to municipalities because they are looking physically for the children, they are calling them, they are inviting them to come to schools. Unfortunately, we see that almost half of the calls are in vain. We're not managing to locate the children. So the next step would be to ask volunteers for help who will physically go searching for the children. And those some of them turn out to have left Lithuania already, or they are studying online in Ukrainian schools. We don't want to turn Ukrainians into Lithuanians. This is really not our goal. Our goal is to create conditions for them to feel comfortable in our communities while they are staying here. Many say that Ukrainians here are only temporarily. Yes, that's true, but they are not here for a short time. We should all understand that. We should create conditions for them so that all arriving here could feel part and parcel of the community, despite of their nationality, be it Lithuanians, Ukrainians, or any other nationality. The situation in Lithuanian schools differs, whether left or right. The left shows the situation in kindergarten, preschool education, and on the right you see the situation in secondary schools. The redder the municipality, the fewer free places, vacant places they have in their educational establishments. So I could dismantle a myth which says that in Vilnius there are no places in kindergarten. In Vilnius there are no places in kindergartens that are located, situated conveniently, but elsewhere there are places. It's not Vilnius that is the reddest. For example, Klaipėda, Kaunas city, Panevėžys city, and municipalities such as Utena, where there is an overload in kindergartens, and new children in kindergartens in those municipalities create a lot of pressure, even after having amended the hygiene norms and after having increased the maximum allowed number of children in the groups. In secondary schools, the situation is a bit better. Only Kaunas region, Druskininkai, Marijampolė, Šiauliai city are experiencing bigger issues. Elsewhere, the situation is good. Ukrainians are free people, and we can direct them to certain municipalities, but they have to choose themselves where they want to live. We can only inform them that in certain municipalities they might face certain problems finding places in educational establishments, especially in preschool institutions, and this could be a challenge. Therefore, they are encouraged to consider where they would like to live in Lithuania and not necessarily choose large cities only.
The
dynamics of the incoming persons, we see quite a lot of immigrants who came to Lithuania and trying to escape the atrocities of war in Ukraine. And the flow has reduced, but it has not disappeared. The potential number of school children grows 100 per week. And it's not changing. The trend is the same. Here you see how many children are there, and the free places in kindergartens about 3,000 and 26,000 places filled in secondary schools. If the dynamics remains the same, if there is no unprovoked Flow, Lithuania should not be facing difficulties in accepting people to kindergartens and secondary schools. What are the challenges? Well, the challenge that we can't deal with is the growing number of school children to Lithuania. And this is difficult to forecast. The management of statistical data, Lithuania has quite detailed registers for school children. In terms of migration, lots of data help us to see the situation in terms of the grades, the classes, the challenges in the future. We also see that certain data becomes irrelevant because sometimes we think that we can solve the problem by calling somebody. And we can go and find something, but the contacts are not updated, the address is not updated, we can't find people. In the future, we need to do a lot in order to find the Ukrainians easier, as we find the Lithuanians. We do need to have the opportunities to find people from Ukraine. We have challenges in terms of the need for education and different level programs. We need to think about teachers who can tell us how to organize the education for those who have come from different countries. And what grade they have to be in. Also, here the professionalism of teachers is really necessary in order to assess, evaluate in a correct way. How shall we do on the level of a school child? I do understand that we all want to solve the situation without any stress. So they're not lagging behind, but we see the situation is difficult. It's an extreme situation, and we cannot do that without the losses. So it might not happen. Well, sometimes we have to understand that these children will need to learn Lithuanian, so the time that will be necessary to spend, it will be very useful for a child in the future. Psychological adaptation. Well, psychological state, socialization, inclusion, integration, you name it. In spring, we wanted not to pressure children into learning and to understand that the situation is going back to normal, because certain part of the family is back there. Then the back to normal meant that your house is destroyed, but a child needs maybe long adaptation. It is better to invest and to allocate as much time as needed, and not to make them, learn a certain subject. Now we have more languages. We had national minority schools where the language of instruction is either Russian or Polish. Now we have Ukrainian schools, and Ukrainians legally are not a national minority. But that does not mean that they can't learn in Ukrainian. Now we offer to all schools who want to instruct children in Ukrainian, they can do that in accordance to the curricula of Ukraine. So the employed teachers can do that in accordance to the curriculum of Ukraine. Ukrainian government did a lot in digitalizing, for example, textbooks, and we have some more than 2,000 of teachers, Ukrainian teachers, and more than 460 work in institutions, in secondary institutions. Not all of them work as teachers. Um, Others work as assistants, but they need to have their qualifications recognized. And these people could do that just by applying. Um, and the remaining part that has not applied are encouraged to do so, so their qualifications can be recognized. Well, the increasing costs from the budget, yes, these are costs, but it's a very important investment into the community, into the strong and a really good community. Um, and from the financial point of view, it's not also a tragedy. On average, the state pays more than 2,000 euros, and we take care of the business, administer. Ukrainians don't get something more and exceptional in comparing them to the Lithuanian children. They just receive more Lithuanian language classes, but uh, the opportunities are the same. The costs are the salaries for teachers, costs for teaching material. But if we spend time for for teachers, for salaries, then this is a good thing, I think. Well, the lack of free space in schools, of course, is a challenge, but people who choose to come here should assess how much free space we have for washing, for jobs, and for so on and so forth. Ukrainians are really um, good, and they, of course, find the job. They are hardworking, so in terms of free space, it's also very important. If I want to work, but there is no space to leave a child in the kindergarten, then you need to think. So you need to think about that. Maybe choose a different town. Well, there is a need. Well, if you have a plan, that's everything. And if you don't change that plan, then you have nothing. You need to plan, but you need to adapt to that plan. That's why we need to also think about good decisions on time. In summer, for example, we had Lithuanian language teaching for Ukrainians. And somebody asked me, why haven't we planned in advance? When we had resources, we saw that we have no resources, but then we could later on save, and we, of course, then basically saved. We did something additional, and then the majority of Lithuanian municipalities also followed the suit. So this is something that will always be relevant, and we as a ministry are interested, so everybody basically gets things that are accessible to them. But for us, what is difficult is to basically speak with 100 of Lithuanian pupils and then Ukrainian pupils. So communication is very important. It's very important to have communication with municipalities, school managers who communicate with their school children, administration, and I read in portals where a teacher was stressed. She didn't know how to um, instruct Ukrainians. Nobody is helping me. And the journalist also says that, do you know about the support in the Ukrainian house? No, she doesn't know. And I'm not blaming anyone. Um, our goal is for the communication to achieve those who need. So the legal basis was very important, so Ukrainians could learn in Ukrainian. So the kindergartens could accept 22 children, not 20. Well, we needed to adjust our legal basis. So these are just examples of changes in order to adapt better. Psychological special help was a problem before Ukrainians came to Lithuania. And as much as we focused on that and created jobs, we allocated money, but the need is always bigger than our opportunities. And now we're very grateful to Ukrainian communities who manage to go to schools and to speak with one another, because this is always more important than formal things. Also, how many classes we need, how many teachers we need. These are always the challenges. Also, employment of specialists. Well, as regards the opportunities, Lithuanian policy in terms of Ukrainians in the field of education is the one that aims not to create additional bubbles, separate bubbles. When people ask me what are the opportunities for Ukrainians in Lithuania, these are the same as for other children. So when we speak about early education, preschool, we welcome children as we welcome Lithuanian children. Preschool is in Lithuanian. If it's a national minority kindergarten, then we organize it in national minority language. The groups are mixed. It's best to have Ukrainians and Lithuanians in one group, and when they play, they can learn Lithuanian. This is important. In general education, the entrance is according to the general procedure. We have the assistants who help to answer to the main questions, what to do, how to choose the school, and so on and so forth. They are welcome to choose a Lithuanian school. We are encouraging them to assess that that this is not something temporary. We recommend everybody to learn in group, and we are encouraging everybody to go to school from Monday to Friday, like Lithuanians do. And we do understand that part might be thinking of going back to Ukraine. Of course, some think about that. We don't tell them to do so, but they can do remotely in Ukrainian schools. They can learn. So they can learn, they can receive certain instruction in Ukrainian and also the help. So learning in Ukrainian is possible, and before that, school, if they want to train to start working, we needed the resolution of the government. Now we don't need such a permission, and it does not last long. If everything is fine, then it takes some 2 weeks. These are the things that just need to be specified. We need to speak about not only preschool education, but what's next as well. Lithuania offers vocational training for Ukrainians and also higher education. Nothing exceptional. Everything is like in Lithuanian schools. It does not differ from Lithuanian, and just when there is the opportunity, then if it's possible, then it's possible. But for everybody, we can create the opportunities to learn Lithuanian. And the induction process is also up to the higher institution educations, but they can also apply for scholarships. And this can be done by Ukrainians who passed final exams in Lithuania. We had quite a lot of Ukrainians who basically passed their matura exams, and uh, they did not need to take Lithuanian language exams, and there were people who did really well. Ukrainians are very good at maths, so they could have taken their exams in Ukraine, and they had national test, so they could convert, and their qualifications were recognized. People who discontinued their studies in Ukraine can continue their studies in Lithuania.
This is the part of our government activities. Every week we talk with municipalities. The mayor is here and he will confirm what I'm saying. He himself participates in discussions on accommodation, on education. So we have enough communication. Of course, it's never enough. We focus on working with education units, also heads of schools. We also have a national educational agency which provides consultations on organizing education. And we have the Vilnius Lithuanian House. And they have a school which specializes in receiving foreigners. and teaching them Lithuanian. They have accumulated a lot of expertise in this area, and they share their knowledge with teachers in other schools who face practical challenges. They consult over phone, organize training courses at the level of teachers so that work is as smooth as possible, and so that competences are not only in the House of Vilnius Lithuanians, but in every school which receives Ukrainians. We have varied practices because the practices are at the level of schools. The ministry does not indicate one single way of teaching Ukrainians. Depending on the number of Ukrainians in a given school, the school can choose the best way. For example, Kėdainiai, they have 100 of Ukrainians and they have integrated them in general classes. They study with Lithuanians and in Lithuanian. This is one of the ways to organize education, and the municipality of Kėdainiai has chosen it. Quite another way is applied in Alytus. They have a Lithuanian Center where they invite all people who don't know Lithuanian, be it children of Lithuanians who had emigrated before, or be it Ukrainians who are willing to learn Lithuanian, as well as Lithuanian traditions, main holidays, etc. The municipality sees benefits in such a way of teaching and devote municipal funds for this. Okay, I still have 8 minutes, as I see it. So we have varied examples. In Lithuania, we have heard about cases where in Russian-speaking schools there have been conflicts between Russians and Ukrainians, but in Lithuanian-speaking schools there are also conflicts between Lithuanian-speaking children and Ukrainians. I cannot say unilaterally that Russian schools are necessarily those of brainwashed people, and we have a Pushkin school which has received a lot of Ukrainian school children very warmly. In Klaipėda, during the summer, a lot of work has been done to organize teaching and training courses in Lithuanian also for grown-ups. Today we have 4 schools in Lithuania which have agreed to provide classes in Ukrainian. 2 of them are in Klaipėda. They are Russian-speaking schools. This is another example of Ukrainian instruction in a Russian-speaking school where they employ Ukrainian teachers and try to create favorable conditions. And also we have one in Kaunas and one in Šiauliai. What should we do to improve our efforts? That is, continue providing specific help to municipalities, to teachers, and to schools, while increasing broadening the experience of schools in teaching foreigners and Ukrainians. We find answers as we work, as we seek for them, and we apply them in practice. We continue working on including Ukrainians in the Lithuanian education system and communities as much as possible. We focus on smooth organizing of the educational process, and here I would like to encourage school managers and teachers to be brave and look for better ways of involving Ukrainians in the educational process. Nobody has received any blame for applying a novel method. Our strength and the success factor is the empathy and positive approach towards the education of the children of Ukrainian refugees. And in this respect, Lithuania is a special country. The empathy is generated not by the ministry or the government, but by the population. And we have to nurture this empathy and to stay focused and to focus rather than focusing on the costs, because everything costs nowadays. We should focus on the key and core values, which are much more important than additional funds. At any rate, preserving democracy in our region is much more important than increased budget expenditure. So I have saved some time. Thank you for your attention. In case you have questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you to the Chancellor for such an inclusive, interesting, and inspiring presentation. And now I address the audience. Would anyone like to ask a question? Oh, please raise your hand and introduce yourself.
Polina, I'm from Create Lithuania team, and we are now working on the questions of integration of Ukrainians in Lithuanian society. And what I wanted to ask you, it's basically seen that the message of support of Ukrainians is fading away now, because basically the fatigue is all around. It's not only in Lithuania, it's in Europe. And I do agree that empathy is the strong side of Lithuania as a country. And still, Russian propaganda messages like fatigue, crisis, energy crisis, inflation, it all makes the main reasons why Lithuanians were so eager to help Ukrainians to fade away. So maybe you planned some communication strategies or some messages how to keep this empathy strong, how to keep Lithuanians, in this mood of helping and giving hand to Ukrainians, and especially at schools, especially for teenagers, for example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if I should translate this question. Chancellor, please answer.
Yes, I absolutely agree that many people in Lithuania are getting a little bit tired of being busy with thoughts about the war. I don't think that this is a good mindset, but I think it's understandable, because you get used to the war around you. And I'm not sure if I am right, but in my mind, there is some kind of possibility that even some of the Ukrainians are getting used to that war. When they hear the sirens, they don't rush that fast anymore into the underground shelters. Yes, they just do it more slowly. So this is a natural process. But I think that, as I've mentioned before, we still have many thousands of Ukrainian students who are not in Lithuanian schools. And I think that on one hand, it's not a good thing, because we still have to involve them in Lithuanian schools. But on the other hand, it's a chance, it's a possibility to once again talk about it loudly, to communicate with societies in Lithuania, to public in general, and to Ukrainian communities, and to have more open meetings about how to find them, and actually to find them, to involve these volunteers who will go and just with their legs, and to find those persons who need to be involved in schools. And this kind of movement, it's very important because it shows that our work is not done. And by doing our work, by involving other persons and also doing this work, we remind everyone that it's still an important thing, that it's still a thing that we all must do. So I don't know if this ministry can solve all the problems about communicating the message that you have said, but our goal, our task is to to talk openly and loudly about still the issues that we have and the issues that we must overcome. We are not hiding behind the things that are not done. I think that those things which are not done is a possibility, once again, to remind everyone about still the issues that we have, and then find the ways to overcome it, and remind everyone that we should not be tired of doing this job.
Thank you very much for your question. Ačiū labai Jums už atsakymą.
Another question. Our conference is being observed by online audience. We have a question, remote question. Chancellor, you said that there is a shortage of staff. What does the ministry envisage to solve this problem? Since the end of 2020, with the arrival of this government, the ministry has done what had not been done for many years. It said that education is priority. It seems to be an unimportant thing, but actually it is a very important thing that affects everybody's mindset. We had an initial plan to increase the attractiveness of the teacher's profession by either giving teachers the possibility to live a dignified life, increasing their income, and by reducing the workload of teachers, other specialists. So the gradual increase in salaries that we began right away with the new budget, the salaries have been growing. I'm very upset about the inflation that hit Lithuania because of energy prices. All of our salaries have been eaten away by inflation, but for this year we plan a growth again, and this growth would be double-digit. The average salary for teachers would start growing again, about 15%. And this is not a one-off action. The next year, the same will happen in order to achieve our initial goal and make the average salary of teachers 130% of the average monthly salary. The same goes for other educational specialists. Well, another question is how quickly we will be able to do this. For example, there is a lack of chemistry teachers. Where do chemistry teachers are born? Where are they born? They are born in school children who love chemistry. If we don't have children who choose to study chemistry, how will the ministry find chemistry teachers? So the result might arrive later. And in this way, everything has been neglected for too long to have quick solutions. This is a challenge not only to the ministry, but to all society about how to encourage school children choose chemistry. Thank you very much for your questions, for your answers. We will have even more of them later on. And let us now continue with our conference, which is very interesting. We're very happy that today we have not only the representatives of the Lithuanian government, but also guests. This time, the colleague from the Canadian embassy, Mr. Nielsen, who will tell us about the best practices of Canadian schools while integrating Ukrainians in their curricula.
Ačiū. So my apologies, I will speak about 6 words in Lithuanian and you'll have trouble understanding them. My name is Richard Martin Nielsen. I'm the head of the office, the Chargé d'Affaires at the Office of the Embassy of Canada in Vilnius. I live here, been living here for 3 years. What I'm going to talk about, as I say, I am trying to present some ideas, and I have to say how intimidating it is to speak to a room full of experts, particularly having followed the presentation by the Chancellor, who's like, this, I got this, I got this, I got this, I got this. I'm a diplomat. I laughed a little earlier because my degrees are in chemistry. I'm not volunteering to enter Lithuanian schools to teach chemistry to high school students. I think you're going to see some overlap between what I'm going to be talking about and what the Chancellor is speaking about. And I think it's really easy to see why Canada and Lithuania have been joking for several years about who Ukrainians like more. The backstory to that is that every year there's been a survey in Ukraine of sort of what is your favorite foreign country? And Canada consistently comes number 2 to Lithuania. So having introduced myself a little, I want to make a bit of a comment about words and names that I'm going to use. Refugee, the word that we're tending to use in Lithuanian, is pabėgėlis. It has a particular legal meaning, whereas the UNHCR here, and sometimes it's not always the right word. Sometimes it's in the convention, we've signed the convention, we know what a refugee is, and sometimes they're an internally displaced person, sometimes they're a migrant. People may prefer to self-identify, and it may sometimes be more helpful to call them newcomers. Naujai atvykusie, or even naujai atvykusie laikinai gyvenantys Lietuvoje. But that's going to come back to a question which was at the end of the Chancellor's remarks, and now I'm going to come back to in a bit. So, I'm going to skip over this. I don't think I need to tell Lithuanians that Canada is supporting Ukraine, and Lithuanians don't need to tell me how much you are supporting Ukraine. I live here. As with all of you, we know Ukrainians who are here. We know, we have families, we have friends who are helping Ukrainians. That spirit and that support, not just the nation-to-nation support, but the outpouring of support that you've shown here over the past 7 months is going to be a basis for the success, which I'm going to talk about later. And I'm not going to run through, I have a page of numbers, and the interpreters will be glad that I skip those as well. But I am going to talk about comparing this a bit with the Canadian experience. So Canada plans every year to take in about 430,000 new permanent residents. That's about 1.1% of our population. That's the plan. We have a project, we have a budget, we've been doing this for 50 years. This is a demographic choice. Lithuania, in the first 6 weeks of the war, took in about 66,000. I've got the numbers wrong on the slide, but better in my notes. That's about 3.7% of your population. It's astonishing. And when the Chancellor was speaking about on a per capita basis, you are very special. And what you have done is very special. But you don't have the plan. You don't necessarily have the project. You don't have 50 years of doing this. So it is inspiring to see the response from Lithuanians and from the Lithuanian government and from Lithuanian NGOs and teachers. But it's also coming from a country which does this as a part of a plan, interesting and sometimes a little worrying to see how it was going to turn out. So I say that Canada's a nation of immigrants and Indigenous peoples. The majority of Canada's population are the descendants of immigrants, and a very significant minority were born elsewhere, like me, or their parents were born somewhere else. We have an enduring tradition of welcoming newcomers from every corner of the globe and offering protection to the world's most vulnerable. We see this as giving essential contributions to our culture, economy, and population growth. We are diverse, we have economic prosperity, and it would not happen without newcomers, without new people coming to Canada. They enrich our communities and the lives of everyone who lives in Canada. Now, I have to say that the Chancellor has a position which does not exist in Canada, because there is no Canadian Ministry of Education, because Canada is a federal country. And in Canada, education is the responsibility of our provincial and territorial governments. It's a subnational responsibility. So there is no Minister of Education. There is, in a very federal way, a Council of Ministers of Education. And so we have substantial regional autonomy. just like the Chancellor was speaking about how different municipalities take different decisions on what they would do. In Canada, different provinces set different policies, and then further down in the regions, there's even more autonomy in that. So you're unique, and if you were to go to Ottawa, I would have nobody for you to meet. But you'd have 13 people. You could go to every capital. I want to talk about a recent flow that happened in Canada. This is the Syrian Refugee Flow from 2015 to 2017. This was had a massive impact on Canada. We resettled 84,000 refugees just from Syria in about an 18-month period, and 43% of them were school-aged children, looking a lot like the flow that's come here. It's not the only influx in Canada. I can think of refugees from the Bosnian War. I can think of refugees from Somalia. We are still working to bring Afghan refugees from Canada. In the 70s, our process of private sponsorship started with Vietnamese boat people. This is, as I say, something we have been doing for a long time. This is the largest, most recent one. So we've had enough time to think about what worked, but it's also not so long ago that the lessons can't be applicable to what we're going to talk about now. And I'm going to talk about 3 best practices. I am trying not to, in front of a room full of experts, tell you exactly what to do. I am trying to make some suggestions about some things that have worked in Canada and that you may want to think about. You may want to do more research on to say, yes, that works, or we're already doing that, or could that work here? And I know that not everything that works in Canada will work in Lithuania. We're very different countries in certain ways. So first, I'm going to talk about what we'll call an asset-based approach. I'll get into that. I'm going to talk about the different language approaches for instruction and integration. And the Chancellor has already spoken that Lithuania has several models on the run right now, from Ukrainian online teaching to Ukrainian in-person instruction to Lithuanian immersion instruction, essentially. Finally, I'm going to talk a little about settlement workers in schools, which is a federal initiative, because immigration is a national level responsibility, and how that works then with provinces, with schools, and why we think it's a good approach. So what's the asset-based approach? So much of the media coverage of the flow of refugees to Lithuania has had some of what I think Paulina referred to as the, oh, it's hard, this is going to be difficult for us. And what we need to emphasize, and I think I hear already some of this optimism, is that we need to view that the students and their families and their community are bringing strengths to the class, are bringing strengths to the school. Accentuate the positive. We need to focus on that, not ignore problems, but really see what are the extra things we can get out of these newcomer students that will help them succeed, also help them enrich the classes that we have, and in fact, strengthen the integration. There's 5 principles of an asset-based pedagogy. You need to identify the student's strengths. If you can, and we just heard the line about there aren't enough teachers, particularly in chemistry, personalized learning options and being able to figure out what each student is needing. Help the students help each other through networking. And this is something that can work well when you are integrating them into a Lithuanian language things. And then take what you know about the student's strengths out of the classroom sometimes. One of the refugee families I know of here, the late teenager has blossomed somewhat because he got to play football. And he got to connect with Lithuanians, and for 90 minutes on the field, he's not a Ukrainian, he's the forward and the ball has to get to him. And then you need to see how you can develop the student strengths in diverse settings. What works? This is a bit of a shopping list, I'm sorry. But if you can, that intensive language, helping people, this is Lithuania. Lithuania is the national language. Aš kalbu negerai, bet kalbu truputį lietuviškai. and helping Ukrainians have at least that, better, they'll probably get there, level of comfort. And that comes from playing football or being in a concert or singing or being in a Lithuanian language classroom, even if they're not getting everything at the same time, but still being able to differentiate the instruction. Ukrainians may have a different idea about what Grand Duke Gediminas was. Facilitate the multicultural story share. So just as a Lithuanian school would be teaching about Lithuanian traditions, this can also be an opportunity for Ukrainians to share their traditions and compare. And that exchange between students, with students, will straighten things. Don't lower your expectations for students. As the Chancellor said, they're really good at math. These are people who would have been performing just as well 9 months ago, and now they're here. And if we enable them, they will continue to perform well. And that is a challenge, but we've got the strengths that's already in there. We've got the strengths that the families have brought with them to come here. You need to communicate clear, verbal, and consistent expectations, which ties back to having those high expectations. And one suggestion which came through from our experience with the Syrian Refugee Flow is that you can use creative arts to encourage respectful connections. I think particularly in sort of the early days, drawing pictures. There's an exhibit on Traku Gatve right now of art from the Polish archives and the Ukrainian children. Polish archive images of children's drawings of the end of the Second World War, and drawings from Ukrainian children from the past 7 months, putting them side by side. But that expression and that exchange goes back to the storytelling and building things. Collaborative multi-level approach is best on trust, community, and mutuality, speaks about how the school is part of a series of relationships with the municipality, with the Ukrainian community, with the Lithuanian community in the neighborhood, with the eldership. And then finally, and I think this is going to lead into my Swiss idea. Sorry, settlement workers in schools. It's not really about Switzerland. Implementing school-based prevention programs. Children in schools are an opportunity for everybody to have a link into each family who is here. If you have children coming 5 days a week, the teachers and the support staff and the administration have a touch point with those students 5 days a week. And you can follow up on checking. So have you found a doctor? Are you managing to see a dentist? Do you know where to go if you get sick? Following on the rest of the other needs which you need to help with good integration into the society. So touching quickly on intensive language and differentiated instruction. This is all comes down to make the schools meet the students, reflect them, and celebrate who they are. And when I hear the list about the number of Ukrainian schools that have been established in Lithuania, when I hear that the government has made it easier to establish Lithuanian schools, that the government has made it possible to teach the Ukrainian curriculum, and I have some idea how hard it is to make and approve a curriculum. We do it 13 different times across our country. So being able to have that flexibility to just say, okay, you are here, but you bring some of who you are with you, and we'll work with that and we'll engage with that, is an extremely strong practice. Finally, or in sort of a next step, I'm going to skip my video because I'm already over my time. Moi, je suis un produit d'une formation bilingue. I myself learned French as a child, as an immigrant to Canada when I was young. And the possibility of bilingual schooling is one that could be considered as a model. And honestly, in 60 municipalities, somebody's probably already doing it. But the notion of not only teaching the language, but teaching subject matter in the language is an extremely strong way of developing the language skills, but all of the rest of the creativity that it enables it. So in Winnipeg, for example, students can go to bilingual programming, so usually half the day in one language and the other half in English, which is the majority language in Winnipeg. In kindergarten, it may be 100% of the day, the full day in that other language. In Winnipeg, this is offered in Cree and Ojibwe, which are indigenous languages of the region, Ukrainian, Hebrew, and Spanish. Myself, I grew up in Eastern Ontario, where English and French were the dominant languages. We got to Canada, and suddenly my mornings were in French. First things you learn to learn, say, can I have a drink of water? May I go to the toilet? I'm just going to skip the video for now. But I want to talk a little about settlement workers in schools, because this is, as I say, a specific initiative funded from our federal government, then implemented across our country at a level. And this is actually maybe something that would be more the Ministry of Social Affairs and Labour than the Ministry of Education. And I know that Canada is the only place where ministries have trouble cooperating. So But the idea of settlement workers in schools, again, is that you have the contact, you have the person. And so beyond the teacher, beyond the school support staff, if you can have an expert in that integration of settlement who can be in the school, not necessarily every day, maybe half a day, one time a week, and they can cover 10 different schools that way. And they reach out and they help encourage that engagement with the schools. Because we have several different streams of how we think as Canadians about settlement of migrants, of newcomers. We do a needs and assets assessment and referral. So, okay, what do you need and where can you get that? We have an information and orientation function, telling people, this is Canada, this is what you're going to have to do, this is how you're going to have to register with the schools, this is where you go and find your health card, so you get health insurance. We have, the community connections, so helping people build out the links into the community, and then finally, employment-related services. Why would you go through the school to help people find employment-related services? Well, going back to some of the question about access to kindergartens, enabling people to start working and get work, I have to admit that I know of at least one family here who were here in Lithuania, who got the special visa to be able to travel to Canada. But when they decided, it was a functionally single mother. Her child was too young to go to kindergarten in Canada. She decided to go, as it happens, elsewhere in the European Union, because she knew that her child would be able to go into a kindergarten there and she would be able to start work. Whereas in the province she was thinking of going to in Canada, we did not have that childcare available. She would not be able to work. So it's a strength and it helps you with the settlement. So quickly looking again, Swiss, I've written it up there. I'm not talking about Switzerland. Settlement workers in schools. For the students, it's helping them engage in the school system, figure out what's this strange place, what am I going to do after school? Is there a football team I can join? Is there a choir I can join? Where can I do crafts? What am I going to do in the summer? Summer employment's a very big thing in Canada. The longer term outcome is helping build them that tie into the school so that they are going to continue to learn for months and possibly years to come. For the families, we are again building that network and helping them get to understand what may be a different school system. This was a very significant change for the Syrian flow into Canada. It may be less significant for Ukrainians coming to Lithuania, but there are still differences. These are still different systems. And again, we're building that integration into the community. And finally, these settlement workers are helping your school staff because you have thousands of teachers, they feel overworked and underpaid, and now they see a challenge of, oh, you want me to do more? Having somebody who's a specialist who can come in and say, yes, but here's how to do it, or here's the paper, or here's who you need to talk to, or I heard this from another person and try doing it here. This is going to build your stronger systems, and we find it an extremely good model. So, why am I optimistic? Because even if there's questions about, are we getting tired? The response that I have seen from Lithuanians is really inspiring. You have high-level and high-profile political support. When I think about the consistent messaging from the President, the Prime Minister, the ministers, the Speaker, Chancellor, when I think that President Zelensky made an address partially in Lithuanian to Lithuanians, this tie and this friendship is a very good basis for success. As the Chancellor was already describing, you already have the integration of Ukrainian teachers and in elements of their curriculum into the Lithuanian system. This is going to build you well. You have that strong community support that I think everybody here, if you're not already helping a Lithuanian family, you know somebody else who is. And you do have a shared historical experience, which honestly Canada lacked to some extent with the Syrian refugee flow. But for Lithuanians, as I try to explain it to Canadians, these are very different countries. They have very different languages, but you have shared historical experiences, whether you go back 400 years or you go back 50 years, which help you understand each other and give you common references. I will say that the commonality of Russian as a language, which can be shared, I think is also a significant strength for Lithuania's ability to integrate, particularly compared to Canada. And you're here. You're interested in this. You're here and trying to figure out what to do. That also helps. Now, the Chancellor mentioned one thing, and I'm going to quickly talk about it, another. And this is the question about why do this if they're not going to be here for a long time? And we want Ukraine to win the war. We'd like it to happen quickly. Even when Ukraine wins, there will be Ukrainians who cannot or will not want to go back right away. They may not have houses to go back to. They may not have jobs. They may not have schools or hospitals, things which the Russians have been destroying for months. When the Ukrainians first arrived here in early March, some of them thought they were only going to be here for a short time. We've talked, Eitvydas spoke about the 3 months of the honeymoon and then the 3 months of the crisis. Now we're 7 months in. So even if everybody hopes that all of the Ukrainians would be able to go home soon, we need to be working to make them part of the community, as the Chancellor was saying. This is important. Treating it as a temporary problem, as something that will go away, will create more problems later. And I have to say, I did put this slide in, but when I was listening to the Chancellor's presentation, I was like, okay, Lithuania's got this. There's the right approach and the right attitude. The cautionary tale is about Greece. Don't do it the way Greece did it. But I think when I see how Lithuania is working on these integration, you're already on the right way. And for the Ukrainians, as was also said, they get to choose. They can choose where they go in Lithuania. With the temporary protection directive, they have considerable freedom to move within the European Union as well. It is a huge compliment to Lithuania that Ukrainians are choosing to stay here. That says really good things about what you are and who you are doing. Who you are and what you're doing, excuse me. But at some point, the Ukrainians, some Ukrainians are already going back. We've seen the stories about the buses being as full going to Ukraine as they are coming back from Ukraine. That's a choice. But when the war ends, I think Lithuania is going to end up being enriched by a new Ukrainian population here. And I'm not going to guess how long that's going to continue. I suspect it means you will continue to beat Canada in the friendship polls in Ukraine for years to come. I will share my slides, but not the notes, because the notes are a mess. So these links are specific pointers to some of the resources, and I'll ask Andreas and Eitvydas to share them. So again, you'll see there's some news articles about the arrival of Ukrainian students, about things that have been done in specific classes. There's guidance from both the Teachers Union and the Ministry of Education in British Columbia, which is on our west coast, on the Pacific. And then one of the things that I was just cramming, this is a research document which was published 5 years ago, just after the Syrian refugee. And it talks about supporting refugee students in Canada, building on what we had learned in the past 20 years. This is available online. There's a policy brief, which is just 3 pages, which summarizes it. And I think these can possibly, as Lithuania thinks about which things it needs to do next, some of these could be helpful suggestions. Finally, and I should have started this at the beginning, the disclaimer. I told you that Canada does not have a Ministry of Education, so clearly I am not from the Ministry of Education. I am not an expert. When I was asked to give this presentation to you, I thought that this conference is so important. And I have done my very best to learn about Canadian best practices. I've been very much helped by colleagues in Canada and by Canadian experts as well. And so in the next steps from here, if there's interest, I really want to help put the people who want to talk more about this in a detailed level in touch with the Canadian expertise, just not at 4:30 in the morning in Ottawa, which was the real challenge for them. Thank you. I don't know if there's time for questions.
Thank you very much, dear. Gerbėmieji, ar turite klausimų?
Dear all, any questions? If you do have questions, please raise your hand and please be very brief because we're really out of time and we are looking forward towards the next speaker.
Online, is there any special learning or study platform in Canada for children and their teachers from Ukraine, special from Ukraine? If not, are there plans to create one?
I suspect that there are many. I sometimes talk about Canada as not being as being a laboratory with 13 different lab benches, and this is my chemistry thing going back again. But it's we are doing experiments across the country on different ways of doing things. So the video there's a link that I'll share is about the particular experience in Manitoba. And in some parts of Canada, there are very large existing Ukrainian communities dating back to the late 1800s, when we were giving land away for free. It wasn't ours to give away, but... and so there are places where there's a significant Ukrainian language minority, which is why there was already a school teaching Ukrainian in the mornings. And so for them, that level of integration was quite easy. For the other points in terms of Ukrainian language platforms, one point that's easy for Lithuania is you are in the same time zone as Ukraine. It is not going to work. It's 7 hours to Toronto. It's 8 hours to Manitoba. It's 9 hours to Vancouver. You cannot do online synchronous training with a 9-hour time lag difference. But I'm actually quite confident that that is one of the resources that is being put on. One thing that I didn't talk about in my presentation, but I think I should mention, is that Canada's experience, because of how we think about migration, is people come and we say, "Oh, you're here. Welcome. We want you to stay." And for many of the refugees who come to Canada, we are a resettlement country. We are not a first refuge country. So most people who reach Canada as a refugee, this is where they're going to stop. They're deciding to stop and they're deciding to integrate. And that is a different mindset compared to, as I was talking about earlier, the Ukrainians who themselves view them as being here just for now and they'll go back soon.
Okay, thank you very much. Tai buvo labai įdomus ir naudingas, aš tikiuosi, pranešimas.
Thank you very much. Very useful, good presentation. Canadian success story is inspiring in this sense. We can be really proud of our experience and also learn from successful examples as well. Thank you very much to Richard Martin Nielsen, Chargé at the Canadian office here in Vilnius. Now, let me introduce Vitalijus MITROFANOVAS from Akmenė Municipality. He's Akmenė Municipality Mayor and Vice President of Lithuanian Local Authorities Association, who is going to speak about municipalities as the establishers of Lithuanian the role of municipalities as other schools in integrating Ukrainian pupils in Lithuanian schools.
Good morning to all the participants of the conference and those joining remotely. I am the last speaker before lunch and therefore rather unlucky. So the choice is between the presentation and food. It was quite unexpected for me to participate and share my experience in this conference. Experience we do have from previous times. Neither Europe nor Lithuania understood that the war in Ukraine started in 2014, and the first refugees started coming to Lithuania already back in 2014. Quite many of them came to the Akmenė region for several reasons. First of all, we have several cooperating cities. One of them, unfortunately, with the Mariupol, Skidnica as well. We still have today quite a number of people from Mariupol. In 2014, Ukrainians did not have the possibility to come to Lithuania without visas, and they could buy real estate in Akmenė. Some of the flats were really cheap. Some of the Ukrainians said that they chose Akmenė because they found cheap accommodation there. They said that, okay, we wanted to go to Europe, and it turned out that it's a resort town here. Many of them came to stay. We have only 20,000 residents. We are a small municipality, but in 2015 we were awarded for fostering international diplomacy with the relations with Ukraine. Then we got a we got a diploma from the Council of Europe also for our relations with Ukraine. And a bit later, we had a special person in the municipality for the issues of the integration of Ukrainians. Before, he used to work under the Ministry of Education, now under the Ministry of Social Protection. I was very glad to hear Richard say that they have a plan. They had a plan for this. Do we really have a plan? Because sometimes we do things not really well, and then we discuss what could have been done better in the long term. When I saw the title about inclusive school and managing culture shock, I started to think, wait a minute, what is the culture shock about? The one of Ukrainians or the one of Lithuanian people? I feel that we have to focus also on our own people and reorienting them rather than involving Ukrainians, because they understand that they are guests, that they are in another country, but we are not able to receive them properly, because in terms of human rights, even in terms of the two crises in Lithuania, we have different solutions and very inadequate and not fully in line with human rights. For example, Syrian refugees, and why we receive these people differently, although the situations are similar and adequate. Well, we can discuss about the war. We all know who is at war. Maybe geopolitical questions are not familiar to all, but the behavior is really alarming. to put it mildly. So in Akmenė, we were discussing the plan. We have 20,000 inhabitants. We had 30,000 before the independence, and our plan is called 2030 with 30,000 residents. It's quite difficult to achieve, but setting the goal is more important, and we also have to look for opportunities. Although according to the new law, I shouldn't be the mayor because it's my fourth term now, and only 3 are possible. But I always try to look at every crisis as an opportunity, because the Chinese sign for crisis is also twofold. And I said at the very beginning to my administration, we have to get ready to receive 1,000 of Ukrainians. And I referred them to our strategic goal of 30,000 inhabitants by 2030. We always try also to learn as we work. And the refugee crisis in Europe in 2015-16 hit Germany as well, and Bocholt city is our friend. And I asked its mayor, how do you solve this issue? They had 80,000 and they received 1,200. He said the 2 problems had to be solved. Find the accommodation and teach them the language. Other problems solve themselves. So these are 2 key issues. I can move the slides myself, right? I can change them myself. As the war broke out, we understood that we had to decide quickly, which is not always the case in Lithuania. I don't want to get into politics today, but we have to decide fast. So we set up a working group, including all key departments related to integration, including social support, education, assets, and all the management. And even today, every Thursday from 8 in the morning, we meet in the group and try to tackle issues pertaining to Ukrainians, be it employment, education, etc. We have communal apartments where we house families that cannot find other accommodation, because today apartments in Akmenė are very expensive. The rent prices are range from 200 to 250, because we're talking here about big investments coming to Akmenė. So the work of this working group is very intensive. Everybody has their own task and specificity, because the integration of foreigners, as I say, is general and involves all areas, not only education. On the 24th of February, when war broke out, already on the 28th, we received the first Ukrainians. And let me be open. The first families were those of Ukrainian men working in Lithuania. They used the opportunity to get accommodation through the organization Stiprus Kartu, Strong Together. But they came with the children, and we had to integrate them. Here, and based on the experience, we immediately organized Lithuanian courses, and they were run by volunteers. 3 retired teachers agreed to have classes in the Adults Training Center. Many Ukrainians signed up for the courses immediately. We also have the possibility to use the vocational training center there. In a month, I organized a meeting with the Ukrainian community. We organized this joint meeting And the main goal was to explain to them that we are taking care about Ukrainians as well as our own people. Ukrainians arriving here become full members of the Akmenė region. They have the same rights as Lithuanian citizens, except for the political rights. So it was a very warm meeting. We also invited employers and representatives of all institutions, educational, cultural institutions, etc. And all of them said that their doors were open to Ukrainians who were invited to take part in all of their events. Equally important was the attention given to the language during the summer period and also in the after-school groups. We did not set up a separate school, although now, before our Russian school was closed because there were too few children. Now we have 140 Ukrainian children. So there was an idea to reopen that school, but for the sake of integration, we decided to integrate them into our schools. And the thing that worked out was that a small school with 70 children that was about to be closed now has 110 children. The Ukrainians were offered to choose that school. Our Lithuanians are used to having transportation to schools that are 3 kilometers or further. And they think that 15 kilometers is no problem. Our Lithuanian people would protest if they found out that their children had to travel 15 kilometers to school. So they gladly chose the smaller school, and they are thriving there. There were no problems also in choosing preschool establishments. We have created the possibilities also for employment. We have about 100 Ukrainians employed today. And they could serve as an example to our Lithuanian people who complain about the lack of jobs and small salaries. In 2014, Ukrainians who came said that, please let us live and we will make our own money. And here I see a parallel with Canada, who said that we are waiting for you. In Lithuania, well, I don't know what about migration workers. Of course, the relationship is somewhat better now. I've been at war with them since 2014. I would call this service anti-opportunity service, because they don't take care at all about creating possibilities to create your own life. And some of the Ukrainians who came here and got a temporary residence permit for 3 years, those permits were not extended, although their children were already integrated at schools. And those children were to be deported together with the mothers. And here I see a correlation, and I'm quite shocked because they have property, they are learning the language, and they have set up public institutions. We received help from the involvement of Ukrainian educators. We have 12 of them registered in the employment service. 7 have been employed, and because of the language obstacle, they are working as teacher assistants. And in informal education, they are working very well. Some of them know English, some are music teachers and coaches. And I'm very happy that this is about overall integration. The ministry asked me to speak on behalf of all municipalities as the vice president of the association, although I focus more on my municipality's experience, which I'm more familiar with. But I believe that in Lithuania, all municipalities in one way or another are working on it. We have a joint approach, and as the Chancellor said, we are happy that there are continuous and regular meetings. I keep forgetting to change the slides, but I think that it's more important what I say than what's on the slides. So the cooperation is really very important, but I believe that it is not sufficient. I liked the idea of Richard's when he asked, what are we thinking about the future? Because we are putting in a lot of efforts, but what is the plan? What is the plan after the war? Will we tell them? And by the way, now I'm asking the migration, why are you giving out permits to live in Lithuania for 1 year, whereas Poland, Germany, Great Britain issue permits for 3 years? We often hear that the workload of migration workers, that they have big workloads. But I ask them, do you want more workload in 1 year time to review and to extend those permits? But for every Ukraine, of course, you can do it automatically, but they will have to arrive in the service, etc. And in small regions, as the minister said, the chancellor, I'm sorry, that most difficult is to find the Ukrainians because there is no normal cooperation. When we ask the migration service to give us the lists of those arriving to us, and they answer, I'm sorry, the speaker changed the track of his thoughts immediately. So I'm always thinking, they are saying about the data protection, but I'm not asking for the data of Joniškis or Šiauliai, but for Akmenė. Please give me the data of those arriving to Akmenė and where they live. No, we cannot do that because there is no legal act for this. And I'm quite surprised by this. And through social workers and family support centers, we have to locate and track down the people. Yes, there are many problems. People come with disabilities, socially vulnerable people, people without social skills. For example, a mother with 6 children. And when we ask them, why don't you let your children to school? Oh, I'll do that when the war is over. When will it be over? So indeed, as time is running out, I'm sorry the Chancellor has left. There have been ideas about a Ukrainian school, and we asked Ukrainians themselves about the possibility for them to work in Sunday Ukrainian schools to preserve the language, to maintain the language. It is important to mention that children are not motivated. Those teenagers are not motivated to go there because they say that they study Ukrainian online. I believe that we have to cooperate with the Ukrainian Ministry of Education to launch joint projects to carry out jointly those remote training courses. As I said, during the summer, we saw high levels of activities for children, the Ministry of the Interior, social things, benefits, social protection. So the full information has to reach Ukrainians. As I said at the beginning, we have a link in the municipality website in Ukrainian about all the possibilities to get social benefits, payouts, the possibility to choose the school, to get informal education. My advisor is directly responsible for the Ukrainian file. She is also taking care of the accommodation, finding apartments for Ukrainians. And here, the interinstitutional cooperation should be strengthened. The challenges are quite numerous, especially among teachers. But as I said, it was easier for us because we've been working with this since 2014. A teacher said, okay, I don't know the language, but our teachers, especially from schools in Vilnius, would send them textbooks in Russian so that they can remember the language. And practice teaching in Russian. And I have to mention the issue of salaries here, because school directors also have been talking among themselves about ways of increasing the salaries through different channels. Of course, they want the municipality to pay for everything, but there are other ways of finding additional bonuses that you could pay to teachers. This is internal matters of schools. Of course, we have problems with younger teachers who don't know Russian. However, on the other hand, I read an example, for example, that the Chinese invite English teachers from Great Britain so that they can teach their children English. So in this case, even Ukrainians themselves would tell me, we want to learn Lithuanian as fast as possible. We try to speak Lithuanian in the shop, but they reply us in Russian. So in this sense, there are no issues. As I say, it's probably more necessary to organize a conference about refocusing our own people and to have a clear plan and algorithm about how to behave, how to cooperate with the municipality, and without neglecting NGOs and their work. But in the end, the refugees go to municipalities who have to solve the issues of everyday life, education, and accommodation. I myself sometimes ask a question: why is Akmenė so attractive to them? Today we have more than 400 registered persons, but I think that in fact there are 700. So the ratio between the general population and the refugees is among the highest in Lithuania. But as has been rightly said, we have to say that although the circumstances are very sad, but it's not even a crisis. It's very fortunate to Lithuania that we receive so many Ukrainians. We have to take a creative approach. We have to welcome them. And when it was said, let's don't make Lithuanians of them, of course. But when Akmenė Municipality, together with Hamburg and Kiev, got the European diploma, in my speech I said that the difference among nations should not make us more distant, but serve as a uniting factor. It's very good that there are different languages, different cultures, and they are all accepted. We have had a measure, the Day of Tolerance, the 16th of November, if I'm not wrong. And during the Day of Tolerance, we organize a concert and invite people of all the other ethnic communities, Kazakhs, Georgians, Latvians, Roma people, because in Vilnius, of course, you have the Roma camp problem, and Vilnius is a very progressive and beautiful city, but something is wrong. We also have Roma people, but they have a community, they are dancing and singing. We accept them. We don't look at them as thieves. We have about 40 people, quite a big community. Yes, there are problems, but we, social workers, municipality officials, are there for them. We all have to do this together. We have to educate people. I remember coming to this Day of Tolerance with the rainbow flag. Of course, the reaction was weird. I asked them, "Can you tell me what is this flag?" My daughter taught me about that, and maybe the Chancellor could think about the possibility to set up an international college with 100 nationalities studying there. This is, my daughter said that this is the flag of tolerance, tolerance to everything, the language, the culture. So I tried to educate my audience rather than being afraid of a strange reaction in the province. Because we still are the province in terms of the attitude towards human rights and freedoms. I hope that Lithuania will become as Canada, although we have overtaken them as a more favorite country for Ukrainians. Thank you to Mr. Mitrofanovas, the mayor of the Akmenė region municipality. Thank you for sharing your experience and insights. And I am addressing the audience. Do you have questions to Vitalijus? If yes, please raise your hands. If not, I have a question. One person has asked us remotely. Mr. Vitalijus, do teachers and other specialists in your municipality schools have the possibilities to improve competences necessary to work with Ukrainians?
Well, I don't know whether you need bigger competences. It does not mean, it does not matter who are you teaching, instructing a Latvian or Ukrainian, the competences are the same. But what we see the lack of support, in terms of psychological support to Ukrainians. Sometimes this word tolerance is a bit broader, and sometimes we see that the behavior of teachers also are missing tolerance. Well, I have a son who is in grade 5th, and he says this teacher is shouting. She's bad. When I was in the UK, and I saw a teacher taking this school children out of class, and he was in an argument with him, but he was not shouting. So I think we are in Lithuania missing something, and the mentality is different, and communication is also very important, especially in communities, school communities. To what extent the school wants to be innovative and different.
Čia yra būtent tau galimybė, sakykime. Aišku, problematika.
Of course, there are problems. There is a lack of teachers, but maybe these are things for legislation. Sometimes you can't really make a class bigger. For me, as a ministry, one should speak about the fact that we have 3 or 4 foreigners. We could accept them. Well, sometimes even Lithuanians who come from other countries after spending a long time there pose problems to us. Well, I do believe that the support should be bigger. But these are details, and we would need the common understanding and interinstitutional cooperation, which shouldn't be imposed by the ministry, and we need to speak with the school and their staff. I see that there are many people who want to ask, but now we need to make a break. No, the discussion could be with our coffee, because you need to go and you can go and ask. And I would like to invite you to the second part of the conference at 12:30. We will have another presentation of a remote presentation. I do hope that everybody will be here at that time. It's going to be an inclusive topic, and let us come back and listen to other interesting presentations. Let us meet at 12:30. Thank you.
Konferencijos dalyviai,
Participants of the conference, please come back to your seats, and we'll start the second part of our conference, and we'll speak about inclusive school, how to manage the culture shock.
Labadiena dar kartą, tęsėme tarptautinę konferenciją.
Let me come back. Let us continue on our topic. This event is for decision makers, education specialists, and experts. It is organized by International Migration Organization and Vilnius Office. Let us speak about the integration challenges of Ukrainian children fleeing from war. This event is broadcasted, and we have a recording. Now, ladies and gentlemen, those who participate in the conference here, let us look on the screen, because we have an online speaker guest. We'll have an internet broadcasting and a very interesting presentation. We will talk about the education response to the Ukrainian refugee crisis situation analysis given by UNHCR Regional Bureau for Europe, Frederick Smets, who's education officer.
Are you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly.
Welcome to our conference. The audience is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you very much to our brothers at IOM for inviting us today. I do hear myself, so I might need to switch to original audio. So there we go. That's much better. I will try and speak slow enough for the interpretation to follow us as well. The echo has disappeared in the meantime. So a very short introduction. So my name is Frederick Smets. I work as education officer in the Regional Bureau for Europe of UNHCR, the United Nations Refugee Agency, which I'm sure many of you know. What I will do today with you is I will, first of all, share with you a little bit of a helicopter view on what the response with regard to education means specifically for the Ukraine emergency, because this is quite an unprecedented situation in education that we have at the moment in Europe. Then I will speak a little bit about what the response so far has been, and how UNHCR and other UN agencies and also civil society have been working together with states, but also with the European Union on the response to this specific emergency, and specifically on what this means for education of those many refugee children that we see arriving currently. Let me first maybe start with the general picture, and I'll show this here, but I hope you can see the screen. If not, please let me know. But we are, as you will know, in a quite an unprecedented situation with regard to refugees in Europe. This is the Ukraine refugee situation is the fastest growing refugee emergency that we've seen in recent decades in Europe, arguably since the Second World War. And you can see some of the key figures here. Currently we have about 7.4 million Ukrainians who are living as refugees in other countries. So they've left Ukraine and they live in other countries as refugees. As some of you will know, Ukrainian refugees benefit from a system called temporary protection. So they basically, without a lot of administrative requirements, can find safety in other countries. And they have to register there for temporary protection. And there are, as you can see, over 4.1 million that have currently done that in Europe. So those are unprecedented numbers. I mean, I don't have to tell you this, that this is a very important population, and this population is also much larger than, for example, the numbers of refugees and migrants we saw arriving in 2015 and 2016 in Europe. You may remember that in those 2 years, Europe saw a lot of arrivals from the Mediterranean, and this was mainly driven by the crisis in Syria and Iraq. In a couple of other countries, including Afghanistan. But we are talking about a different league here. This is of a different order of magnitude. So where can we find most of these refugees at the moment? You will see if we exclude the Russian Federation, that Poland is currently in the EU, at least, the largest refugee hosting country with 1.3 million, almost 1.4 million. Then Germany and then Czech Republic, Turkey, Italy, Spain, and you can see a couple of other countries there as well. Why have I marked the figure? You can see that there is a figure for the Russian Federation here. We have to mark this with a caveat because we cannot verify the figures of people that are actually flowing into the Russian Federation at the moment. So that's why we have put a bit of a caveat on those numbers. We cannot verify those, and we also do not know where people end up and which kind of protection they could benefit from there. So that's a bit of a caveat there. For Lithuania, the current figure that we have is that there are around 65,000 people registered in the country. There's a couple of important trends that we see here, and this brings me to the theme of education. First of all, 90% of those arriving across the board in Europe are women and children. By children, we mean young people of school age, typically under the age of 17, which makes this a very specific refugee emergency. In other refugee emergencies, you would see more families, more male refugees. You would see another mix of population, but here we have almost exclusively women, children, and also elderly people. And this is, of course, a direct result of the conscription law in Ukraine, which currently prevents men over the age of 18 and under the age of 60 from leaving the country. This gives us a total in the range of about 40 to 60% of that total population, those 7.4 million refugees that are recorded, 40 to 60% of those are basically children of school age. And here is the core of our challenge in education. Obviously, that's an unprecedented number of children that is arriving in European countries, and that will need to be included in schools. Now, I would share with you first a couple of challenges before we go into what we as the humanitarian sector have been doing also to help states and the European Union in dealing with some of these challenges. So first, very, very big problem is the problem of data. In a lot of European countries, we still do not know exact figures on how many school-aged children are in the country. In many cases, we also do not exactly know their whereabouts because they have not been fully documented yet, or they have documentation that doesn't have an address. And this makes it, of course, very difficult for education systems to plan for the reception of these Ukrainian refugee children. Obviously, when you are a school district in Lithuania or in Germany or in Bulgaria or in Italy, When you're running a school district, you would need to know approximately how many Ukrainian children are living in your municipality or in your region before you can actually plan accordingly how many spaces you need in early childhood education or in primary education or in secondary education. And that is in many countries still an issue. And we can maybe speak about what the situation in Lithuania is as well. But we see that this is still hampering to a large extent planning of the Ministry of Education in Europe on how they go forward with integration of Ukrainian children during this school year, but also in the next school year. The second one will be no surprise to you. That is school capacity. Obviously, because of the unprecedented numbers of Ukrainian children that are arriving in Europe now, we see that a lot of the receiving countries are already reaching the capacity of what their school systems can offer with regards to school places to Ukrainian children. This is notably the case in urban centers in Poland, for example, but also in Czech Republic, in Germany in some cases. We see this also in Austria and Romania. Again, I cannot stress enough, the numbers of arrivals are now much larger than what we've seen in 2015 and 2016. In addition to this, most European countries had structural teacher shortages already, even before the Ukrainian crisis. So that means that they have to now hire additional teachers and specifically also additional teachers of language and teachers that could work with refugee children and have that specialism. And in a context of already prevailing teacher shortages, it is of course exceedingly difficult to hire enough teachers rapidly. Just this morning I was in a meeting where I saw a presentation of the Hamburg state in the federal state of Hamburg in Germany. And there in that city-state alone, they estimate that they need 15,000 additional teachers to be able to teach an additional 60,000 children that have arrived in that federal state in Germany alone. So you can see what the scale is of some of the efforts that the countries are doing. Another big challenge, of course, is it's an acronym, excuse me for that, mental health and psychosocial support. So what we see in all the monitoring that we did at the borders and in the work that we've done in several countries with regard to the Ukrainian emergency, we see that a lot of the children that are arriving show signs of stress and in the worst case even of trauma and may even be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. And this, of course, is very detrimental for the learning process. They will have difficulties learning. And in the worst case, of course, they would need professional help to support them in coping with PTSD and other things. Now, there should be no surprise, of course, that these children, especially when they come from the east of Ukraine, some of them have been living in a war zone basically since 2014. They often undertook very perilous journeys to get to safety to another country. And then, of course, once they arrive in a country of destination, they often live in precarious conditions. They live in collective reception centers. They live in substandard housing, or they live temporarily with host families or others. And that is not necessarily conducive to a good learning environment or to a stress-free environment where they can really focus on learning and going to school. So that is a very important challenge that we will see with the Ukrainian refugee population in schools. And that's also no different, by the way, from other refugee populations. But that's a very important one also at scale. Another important challenge is that we still see a couple of legal gaps and barriers with regard to access to education for refugees and specifically for Ukrainian refugees as well. In the past, in 2015 and 2016, many of those who arrived in Europe went through what I would call the classical asylum system, which is to a certain extent European regulated. So that means that people would arrive in a country, they would apply for asylum, they would go through an asylum procedure where then the state would determine whether or not they could be recognized as refugees. And this then usually led to a longer-term recognition as refugee. So that was the case notably very much so for those who were arriving from the Middle East, from Syria, from Iraq, and from Afghanistan in 2015 and 2016. However, because of the sheer numbers that are arriving now, the EU has decided to open a system called temporary protection. And I spoke to this before. And this is a system in which, with minimal administrative obligations, Ukrainians that have left the country since the 24th of February can enter the territory and access rights such as education. However, there are a couple of differences between those who claim asylum. And by the way, Ukrainians can still claim asylum even if they come in under temporary protection. But the big difference there is that asylum seekers or EU countries at least have the obligation to send the kids of asylum seekers to school, to a national school in the local school system within 3 months after arrival. So there is a time limit to when these kids need to be sent to school. That time limit does not apply to temporary protection from Ukraine. There is another obligation as well in EU law, which is that for asylum seekers, preparatory classes need to be organized for asylum seekers and refugees. Preparatory classes are basically language classes and culture classes that prepare children for entry into the normal Lithuanian school system, German school system, wherever they may be. So there is a right to education for most of these Ukrainians, if they have temporary protection. But there is no obligation for the states to integrate them quickly into the national school system. Nor is there an obligation to organize these preparatory classes. And we've seen in a couple of European countries already that time limit of 3 months has been basically waived. And also that in some cases, also because of capacity problems, of course, those preparatory classes are not being organized. There are also other legal gaps and barriers. So in some countries, there's still a requirement that refugees need a longer-term residency permit before they can enroll in a school. This was the case, for example, in Slovakia. And Slovakia now has to adapt its law so that the Ukrainians that arrive under temporary protection, which is a system that is valid until next year, so they have, per definition, temporary residency permit, to make sure that also those that have a temporary residency permit, that those people can enroll in schools. There's other legal gaps, barriers that we can speak to as well. 2 more challenges, and then I will move on a little bit because I do realize that we don't have that much time today. Another element is that we see a large hesitancy among Ukrainian parents to actually enroll their kids into national school systems. And this comes from various, this has various causes. So first of all, a lot of Ukrainian parents still expect that they will be able to return to Ukraine very soon and that they will be able to send their kids to school in Ukraine as before. Obviously, because of the current state of the conflict, that doesn't seem to be the case. A quick return doesn't seem to be possible at the moment, but nevertheless, a lot of Ukrainian parents still expect that this will be the case. The second element is very important, is also that the Ukrainian Ministry of Education and Science is offering children, parents options to continue online learning for grades 5 to 11. So this is middle school to secondary school. This past summer, some exams have been organized online as well for those who had fled the country. So there are options for at least some of the students from Ukraine to continue learning online. And the Ukrainian Ministry of Education has continued to open this option for this school year. And this has led some Ukrainian parents to just choose to keep their children in online education or remote education according to Ukrainian curriculum exclusively, which is of course not beneficial for these children. And one can question also whether or not this is sustainable in the longer term. What we've noticed very clearly as well is that parents lack information about the education options they have in host countries. So I just told you that there is a system for asylum seekers, at least, of preparatory classes in most European countries. We have the impression that a lot of Ukrainian parents are not aware of this. Secondly, because of the fact that most of the Ukrainians do not arrive under the normal asylum system, they typically stay in apartments they rent themselves, or they stay with guest families, or with other options, which means that they don't typically get, for example, the information on enrollment of school in schools that they would receive when they go through an asylum procedure, where they would receive much more information from the government. And so we do notice that the national school systems are often very unknown to Ukrainian parents, and that prevents them from sending to school. Of course, all these challenges basically create one very, very big danger. And that's my key message, I think, that I want to bring to you today, which is that because of the sheer numbers, because of the challenges that we're facing here, and also because of the incentives that are clearly still there for parents of Ukrainian children not to send their children into national schools, we are actually at risk of seeing thousands, tens of thousands, in some countries even hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children not to be sent to school this school year at least. And we'll see about next school years. And for various reasons, this is of course very problematic. First of all, because if they remain in online education, it's not the same quality. They will not get the same certification as they would if they would just be sent to school in a host country. Secondly, also the longer term. If this conflict does last a longer time, let's hope it doesn't, of course. But if it does last a longer time, then we, if those kids are not enrolled in national school systems, of course, their prospects for inclusion and integration in the longer term get lost, and they lose basically another school year after the war. Now, let us just have a look at a couple of countries to see what the current status of enrollment. And we can see that at the end of June here, this is an example from Poland. You can see that Poland had 182,000 enrollments. And we have more recent data from August that points towards a light decline of the number of enrollments. This is for primary and secondary education. It's a couple of phenomena here. First of all, you can see that those enrollments are heavily concentrated in the cities. So the top there, Mazowiecki, is the district where you can find Warsaw, the capital city of Poland. That may seem an awful lot, 182,000 enrollments, but you have to contrast it with the actual population of young Ukrainian refugees in the country. And I'm not going through the whole calculation that I made here, but the rough estimate is that only 40 to 43% of the children of compulsory school age are enrolled in Polish schools currently, because of various reasons that I mentioned. So hesitancy of parents, but in the Polish law, for example, there is also an exemption that if parents declare to the municipality that their child will remain in online education according to the Ukrainian curriculum, that they could be exempt from compulsory education. And of course, this is yet another incentive to keep these children out of school. So that is a very low enrollment rate. Unfortunately, we see in other countries even lower enrollment rates currently, but we have to wait for September and October to pass to see if these go on. So I talked about the Polish law. Let me move maybe also to pressure on the education system. This is an example from Czech Republic. I'm showing you this. This is a mapping that the Czech Republic did on the number of places that they have available in each district for hosting Ukrainian refugee students. And so you can see that in most cases, it's somewhere between 100 and 200 places that are available. And then you can see that in the capital city, in dark green there, you can see that there are 4,174 enrollments, which is much more than all the other districts. So here again, you can see that there is a big challenge of pressure on the cities specifically. So there is congestion in the cities in the education system, whereas in other districts, there may be more places available. And so a lot of countries are currently struggling with how do we decongest the cities? How do we relieve the pressure from the schools in the big cities? And how do we use some of the capacity that is readily available, maybe in other schools? Incentives not to enroll. This is an example from Moldova, a non-EU country. This was a survey that was done with Ukrainian refugees back in June. And you can see here, and if you look at the bottom bar, you can see very clearly that expectation. 74% of the parents still expect that they return home or move to another country soon. If you look at the top bar, the second from the top, you see that only about 29% of those parents actually intend to enroll their children into a school in Moldova. So you can see that again there is a very big hesitancy to enroll the children. I've added a little bit of information there to give you some more data on those incentives not to enroll in school. You can see this is the most recent large-scale survey that we did on this, but I won't dwell on that for too much. Let's go to the education response, and then I will end also because we are running over time, of course. So the Ukraine refugee emergency is a very, very specific and quite an old one, actually, when it comes to education. In most of the large-scale refugee emergencies that we see throughout the world, these would be in low to middle-income countries. And in many cases, there is little to no school infrastructure available to refugees. And so that means that, and you will have seen this in news coverage as well, that in many countries, for example, in Africa, in the Middle East, and in other situations, that refugee camps need to be set up, and that temporary schools need to be set up to accommodate these refugees. This is manifestly not the case in the European context, because of course we have a situation in which people from a middle-income country are fleeing principally to EU countries which are considered to be high-income countries, so middle-income countries. So the big advantage there is that we have a working Ministry of Education, we have a working education system in all of those countries where those Ukrainian refugees end up now. And given the large number of children that are arriving, this is of course very good, because that means that we have an education system which we can work with to integrate those children. Now, just to say that UN agencies and NGOs are not the principal actors when it comes to the response here. We are relying almost exclusively on the work that states do to make sure that these Ukrainian children are going to school. So we do a lot of work we are in a lot of meetings with governments at the moment. We are in a lot of meetings with municipalities. We are in a lot of meetings with school boards, with ministries of education, also with teacher trade unions and things like that. To give them guidance, to give them some advice on how they can best do this if they haven't developed very good practices in themselves. So we have a limited operational role. Nevertheless, in a couple of the countries bordering Ukraine, we have set up education working groups with UN agencies and NGOs. What is the principal task of those working groups? So there are about 6 or 7 of those now. It's in Poland, in Hungary, in Slovakia, in Romania, certainly, in Moldova. There is none in Lithuania at the moment, of course, but obviously we have a presence, and UNICEF and IOM have a presence in Lithuania and can work with you and with the Ministry of Education to shape this response as well. The main task we have with those working groups for us is to support the states and the European Union where necessary with complementary action. So, for example, imagine that we are in a country where there is a very, very big shortage of mental health professionals that could work with refugee children. I could point then towards a couple of NGOs and also notably to UNICEF that have expertise in this field, and they could, of course, then step in and work together with your government to provide such services in schools. And this is being done in certain European countries already. I would also point, for example, to Save the Children or to the International Rescue Committee. They all have specialists and project managers that can set up mental health support programs. Language learning is another one. UNICEF is very strong in, for example, organizing summer camps and language schools during the summer for those children who are about to enter a host country education system. So very complementary to the state, and then on top of that, also to the EU response, of course. What you need to know is that the EU, and I was in a meeting this morning only with the EU, that the EU is very active in education. So they are flexibilizing all their funds, be it AMI funds, Erasmus Plus funds, structural funds, cohesion funds. They've all been flexibilized to mobilize extra European money to support education systems to include and to host Ukrainian children. So a couple of goals there. We have to ensure access to education, capacity building in those schools is very important, and that provision of specialized services in complement to what is already done by states. So, for example, mental health services. One last thing that I would point to, if you are looking for good practices and ways on how best to respond to an education crisis or an education refugee emergency of this magnitude, I would point to a guidance document, a set of good practices that we've developed together with the European Commission and with UNICEF. You can find the details there. It's quite a sizable document. I think it's about 30 or 40 pages where we basically put together all the good practice that we've seen already in the Ukraine emergency with regard to access to education, what to do with online education of Ukrainian curriculum, how do you organize your mental health and psychosocial support, how do you organize language training, things like that. So if you want some further reading, I would point you to that document, which we developed together with the European Commission. I'll just maybe leave it to this, because obviously we are limited in time. And if you have any questions, please do let me know.
Thank you very much for your interesting and very useful announcement. Gerbiami ponai ir ponios, dėkojame.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to our dear guest who delivered a very interesting presentation, a general overlook about the situation of Ukrainian refugees in Europe. Frederick Smets, education experts from the UN Agency Regional Office. And today we've listened to governmental representatives, organizational officials, and we are very happy that today with us we have also scientific insights. Now I'd like to give the floor to three representatives from the Vytautas Magnus University, Professor Dr. Giedrė Kveckienė, Danguolė Bibilaitė-Šalavienė, Margarita Nikiforova from Erasmus Plus program. She's a practitioner from Kiev Educational Management University, and dear scientists will deliver a very interesting presentation about the challenges of integrating Ukrainian families, as well as the expectations and social and economical welfare. Please either take your seats or deliver the presentation standing. At any rate, dear all, I wish you an interesting presentation, and in case you should have questions, we will be able to ask those questions later on. And the same goes for our online viewers. You can also think about your questions now and send them. Thank you very much for your beautiful introduction. I am very pleased to see a live audience. I do hope that our former alumni are also listening to us, and also social industries master students who've been analyzing the topic of refugees for 5 years now. Maybe for this reason, our young scientists and our master students find the Ukrainian Center program very relevant. As the war began, and as we were setting up the center, we were rather skeptically inclined. However, maybe Margarita would like to introduce herself.
Thank you, Farah. I'm from Ukraine, so it's finally someone who talks about Ukrainians being Ukrainian. And I study in Kiev in Educational Management Institute, and here I am as a traineeship student in Vitalijus Magnus University.
Hello, I'm Danguolė Bibilaitė-Šalavienė. I also work in the Professional Enhancement Institute in the Vytautas Magnus Education Academy. At the beginning of August, I received this trainee from Ukraine, and in August we started implementing a study. We wanted to find out about the situation of integrating Ukrainian students in our schools. And within 2 months, we carried out a survey, and we have a lot of fresh data, and we'll present them. Yes, I was very interested to listen to other presentations. Thank you to the mayor of Akmenė, who mentioned that we have learned our lessons. In terms of Europe and the UN, Lithuania started going into the refugee topic back in 1991. And although we are fully aware and agree throughout Europe and in the world, because the UN is also responsible for this topic, we agree on what the asylum is, when it is granted, how can we help asylum seekers, who are asylum seekers. We defined this and we put this into international documents, into national documents. But as has been mentioned by Frederick today, these mechanisms are not working. And the benefits of a political refugee are not working on Ukrainians, for Ukrainians. We all agree that a refugee is a person outside of the country of origin. They have a fear of prosecution, that the threat of prosecution is mostly related with the race, religion, nationality, and belonging to a certain social group or political beliefs, that they are afraid to use the protection of their own country. Let's remember 2018, when the crisis was already well underway, when Dalai Lama addressed all global citizens and said that refugees do not have the right to stay in a host country. They have to go back to their country of origin when the threat is gone. But both international organizations and our governments still have a lot of questions. Thank you to Vitalijus MITROFANOVAS, who said that the cooperation among different institutions is not functioning very well. The Ministry of Education is working for itself, and the Ministry of Social Protection and Labor, the culture of Ministry of Culture, and etc. We have a great culture pass, but it was used only in part, although the idea is wonderful and it was very well developed to make sure that Ukrainians are happy and safe and can use a lot of informal education services. The Ministry of Social Security and Labor, of course, focuses somewhat on this, but the day centers and Sunday schools could have been established immediately after we received the flows of refugees. So we have a long experience since 1997, when we ratified the Geneva Convention and the Protocol on the Status of Refugees. We have developed our own national documents based on the international documents. However, the situation and the approach, and I fully agree with the mayor of Akmenė, Vitalijus, that the situation and the approach is not really good. We have not learned the lessons as we should have. I myself have taken part in one of the first refugee councils in Lithuania, and I remember the first cases that we analyzed, and the approach of the migration service since 1997, when I remember I used to be the only advocate in the council looking for the ways and solutions for refugees, has not changed. And we have not managed to achieve that people who come to study or learn we have not managed to make sure that the permits of residence are not automatically prolonged for those coming to study or refugees running from war. But we also have to listen to the opinion and views of the Ukrainian families. We have the preliminary results of the survey. Those of you who want to join can also fill in the questionnaire. And I must admit that although the situation of Ukrainians and in 2021, when we had Belarusian immigrants, has somewhat improved the approach of Lithuanian citizens to this problem, but the awareness is still low because we speak about this problem too little. The 2015 Paris attacks and 2016 Brussels attacks have not contributed to improving the situation. As the European migration crisis developed and the terrorist attacks were perpetrated, the European society and our society became scared. Remember how our citizens reacted when the Lukashenko's pressure from Belarus and the political pressure started by sending the flows of refugees, and how people reacted and commented, and their reception and integration often were not in line with human rights. We still have big numbers. Still, these figures are from 2022. The newest, latest data, we have 66,013 family members and children. Among them, we have a lot of minors, almost equaling to almost all city of Akmenė, and we have unaccompanied minors. Unfortunately, we still have a lot, 1,086. This group causes me a lot of alarm. Probably all of you would agree that unaccompanied minors migrating without the family, without relatives, without social and educational assistance are most vulnerable. They suffer the biggest traumas. And at least today, Lithuania could solve the problems of personal assistance, etc. Although we have rather good documents, we have developed the system. Of course, we would need amendments now in the law on education and in the law on migration, on the assistance to Ukrainians and their legitimate status of an asylum seeker. However, we must admit that without non-governmental organizations and without personal assistance from volunteers, we wouldn't have such a good situation today. Therefore, I would like to use this opportunity and address the audience. Although Mr. Mitrofanovas represents not only Akmenė, but also is the vice president of the association, I'd like to ask inviting all the municipalities and encourage them to develop interinstitutional cooperation. And my biggest wish would be for you to be braver in using the experience of non-governmental organizations. It is no secret that certain functions have been could be transferred to the non-governmental sector, but they are not being transferred as enthusiastically, although their role while integrating Ukrainian children has been really significant. And it is thanks to families, NGOs, and individual people that we have achieved this good present situation. And now I'd like to give the floor to Margarita to present her part.
60,000 Ukrainian refugees arrived in Lithuania to find temporary shelter. Mostly it is women with children who need to attend a school or another educational establishment. To understand the issues firsthand, we created 2 detailed questionnaires in the Ukrainian language and spread them across different Facebook groups where refugee parents and their children ages 14-18 are the members. Most of our respondents are from Šiauliai, Vilnius and Kaunas regions. And the most popular educational establishments in Lithuania where Ukrainian children study is gymnasiums and primary schools. And more than 55% of Ukrainian children study simultaneously in schools of Ukraine remotely. It doubles their school load and makes the learning process very difficult. However, parents are not satisfied with the fact that some Lithuanian schools force them to cancel distance learning in Ukraine. It is usually connected to parents' desire to preserve the national identity of their children. Here are some parents' proposals for solving students' learning issues. Correspondence of school curriculum to achieve students' learning progress, conducting Ukrainian language, literature and history lessons, supporting children's socializing process. On the slides you can also see our comments from our respondents in italic. For instance, one of the parents said, assistance in the socializing of Ukrainian children with the help of teachers, holding some extracurricular meetings and joint leisure time activities so the children feel part of the class and find a common language with their classmates. Ukrainian children and their families fled the brutal war, and of course the biggest challenge that can appear in this situation is maintaining social emotional well-being. The normal psychological state of a child is an important part of the educational process, and other states can badly influence memory, concentration and ability to perceive information. And more than 30% of parents say that their children were stressed when they arrived in Lithuania, 17.2% the children were disappointed, and 23.7% scared. And less than 40% of parents declare their children's emotional stability. Moreover, 40% of parents say their children had a gap in learning because of the war, and 60% think their children need to attend additional after-school classes to overcome the gap in their knowledge. Based on these statements, adaptation and integration problems seem to be obvious. A lot of Ukrainians chose Baltic states and Lithuania particularly as their temporary shelter because of a high amount of society knowing the Russian language. But they didn't consider the importance of speaking Lithuanian in schools and at work. No surprise that one of the biggest challenges of adaptation Ukrainian children in the educational system of Lithuania is language of instruction difficulties. It caused 60.9%. Almost 70% of Ukrainian refugees studying in Lithuanian, obviously language, so we see the problem here. The concern is that 33.3% of Ukrainian students claim not to get additional help in learning the Lithuanian languages, and they also often complain about difficulties in learning it. 53.3% admit complex vocabulary and grammar, 42.2% difficulty learning several foreign languages at the same time, and 15.6% having an insufficient number of hours of studying Lithuanian and high school load. Here are some parents' voices. I really want the teachers to pay attention to the fact that the child doesn't learn the lesson material well because he doesn't know the Lithuanian language well. It makes the learning process very difficult. Therefore, Ukrainian refugee students sometimes choose to study in schools where the language of instruction is Russian or Ukrainian. But some Ukrainian parents also think that it is immoral to study in a Russian school and learn the language of the aggressor 5 times a week. Another vital problem is socializing of Ukrainian refugee children. 26% of parents and 28.6% of children say about social emotional adaptation problems in educational establishments. 20% of Ukrainian school children haven't found friends at school. In Lithuania, almost 45% don't attend school events and festivals. They're often not involved in the school council activities, more than 75%. That means their voices may not be considered in decision-making process. 20.8% of parents state their children had love and motivation, absence of social and cultural integration after 1 to 2 months of studying in Lithuania. Ukrainian children often don't have learning assistant 55.8%, mentor 79.3%, or peer mentor almost 90%. And more than 11% of Ukrainian children have faced bullying or discrimination in school in Lithuania. What about extracurricular activities? So, I'm sorry. Ukrainian children are used to being active in extracurricular activities in Ukraine, but more than half of Ukrainian students don't take part in extracurricular activities in Lithuania. It is often connected to the problem that their parents have a low income or absence of suitable extracurricular activities in schools. Financial issues cannot be also avoided while talking about Ukrainian families' adaptation problems. More than 40% of parents declare financial problems in supplying their children's learning needs, and 47% of our parents' respondents don't have an employment. Ukrainian parents actively take part in the learning process. 75.8% of them feel involved in the process of learning their children, and more than 60% attend teacher-parents meetings. However, more than 20% confess having problems with understanding information they get from school teachers or principals about their children's education. It may be related to studying the Lithuanian by parents. Almost 53% of Ukrainians just started learning it, and more than 25 are only going to start. 12.6% don't have time for learning at all, and only 5.6% know Lithuania on the intermediate level. Despite all the challenges, Ukrainian refugee families remain positive and trying to integrate into the Lithuanian society. They are thankful to Lithuanian educators for their help and professionalism. Thank you.
Ačiū labai gerbiamai.
Thank you very much to Margarita for questioning Ukrainian refugees, families, students, and the second part of the survey of the research was related to the interviews of teachers. We interviewed 301 teachers working with Ukrainian students, and the majority were teachers. And among the respondents, we had school directors and also specialists of education. Majority of the respondents are working in bigger cities, Vilnius, Kaunas, Klaipėda, Panevėžys, Šiauliai, but we managed to reach the respondents from other Lithuanian counties: Telšiai, Marijampolė, Alytus, Tauragė, and Utena. Majority of the teachers, specialists are working in gymnasiums, also preschool education institutions. The main language of instruction is Lithuanian. We also have respondents from education institutions where the language of instruction is Polish, Russian, and English. Also from mixed schools where a few languages of instruction are used. The majority of teachers never had previous example when working with migrants or refugees, some 88%. And only 12% of support staff said that they had experience working with migrants and refugees. And a similar part of respondents have worked in competence improvement activities to discuss methodologies, how to work with migrants and refugees. Also, the questions that are dealt with, it's great to tell that our respondents said that in their institutions, 26% have colleagues from Ukraine who helped them in this process, and also they said that when working with Ukrainian refugees and migrants, they don't have Ukrainian specialists. What about the difficulties? Part of the teachers found it difficult to achieve a progress, also communication problems, and also there were difficulties in social emotional area. The teachers also said that they did not know the language. It was difficult to include into the process to work with a few languages, because there was Lithuanian, Russian language, and also they had difficulties in having an individual learning plan and integrate those people to work in remotely, also to adapt the teaching content. What was also missing were also recommendations. Also, what was noticed, there was not enough motivation, unstable state, so to say, and also school dropouts. How did they solve the current issues? Well, the majority of the support was from colleagues, teachers, how non-formal self-help groups, when the teachers working with Ukrainians having similar problems would consult one another. Also, there was support from classmates, also their families. But just to point out, as the teachers said, that when dealing with social, emotional problems, non-formal, informal issues, have not used business organization, NGO capacities, local community capacities and opportunities. And maybe here one can focus more. The teachers mentioned success examples, and one gymnasium has a vertical class with Ukrainians. Also, teacher who is in charge speaks foreign language, and they would solve the issues. Also organized culture events. So teachers said that they are organizing Erasmus Plus projects, during which they have modules to adapt, to include migrant Ukrainians. Teachers said that the school staff helped them to deal with the issues, and education agencies also helped them with recommendations. Well, by joining the efforts, the teachers managed to achieve certain success, and they believe that they created safe atmosphere, emotional atmosphere, but what they did not manage was to have enough support from education specialists because they are lacking staff, psychologists, and the pupils are in difficulty. They are missing social pedagogues. Only 10% of their staff said that support from education specialists was enough. What were the competences that helped in dealing with those issues? Well, foreign language, knowing foreign language. Those who knew the language, it was easier for them to deal with the issues. Also, it was mentioned how important it is to react and work in the changing environment. Empathy, then openness was also mentioned that are necessary when working with Ukrainians. Teachers also mentioned a lot of success examples when working with Ukrainians. Here we have social, emotional education classes that Ukrainians liked, non-formal education. The interest in learning also became evident. It was coming from both sides, and the teachers focused on pupils a lot. A kindergarten child learned Lithuanian in half a year, became interested in Lithuanian history. A child was very interested, and by using IT programs, he was translating and learned a lot.
Pedagogai pažymėjo, kad
To sum up, educators stressed that 74% of them stressed that they managed to achieve learning progress while working with Ukrainian children. More than 50% of Ukrainian students attend informal education activities, and of course, educators know about the distant learning of Ukrainians in Ukraine. Another happy moment is that 65% of teachers said that as Ukrainians joined the school, their work methodologies have changed in part or fully. However, there is still interest and wish to improve professional competences, so they want to learn more about the Ukrainian education system, also about methodologies, how to work with immigrants and refugee children, multicultural education aspects, etc. Teachers also submitted a lot of suggestions, as we said, concerning Lithuanian, concerning the inclusion of Ukrainians into the labor market. They believe that there should be at least one teacher speaking Ukrainian at school, as well as many other suggestions. To sum up our survey, I can name the key recommendations. It is very important as Ukrainians students arrive to the school, it is very important to test their knowledge in order to assign them to the proper grade. Also to find out about their psychological status, so mental status, so that they can receive adequate help. We also suggest implementing mentorship programs while including peers into these programs as well, in order for migrants and Ukrainian refugees feel less frustration. Also, Lithuanian language courses or additional lessons should be organized. Ukrainian children should and parents should be included into school councils, school festivals, and other events, and even after-school events, so that the socialization is successful. Ukrainian teachers and teacher assistants should also be employed. Ukrainians should also be offered informal education activities at an affordable price. And the families should be informed about these possibilities. It is also important to organize professional enhancement courses for Ukrainian teachers so that they are ready to meet the challenges and create the inclusive school culture and practice together, while strengthening the cooperation among the school, NGOs, universities, municipalities, and other stakeholders in order to achieve higher rates, a higher quality of studies for Ukrainian children, and socialization, adaptation, and integration. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to hear them. Thank you very much to honorable scientists. You really are doing very important work, and we greatly value it. Now we are waiting for your questions, and my question is from our online viewer. As I understand, this study is public, and he further asks, if it is public or will be public, where can I find it? As we participate in this conference, we would like to invite experts to supplement and add to the data. You can see that 66,000 of Ukrainians we have, and we only have included 10%. So we want to wait for another week or so, and later on we will make the information public. It will be published on the university website and elsewhere. Thank you. Would there be questions from the audience? Okay, thank you very much. Let me remind you that those were the representatives of Vytautas Magnus University, Ms. Kveskienė, Ms. Šlavienė, and Ms. Nikiforova from Erasmus, from Kiev Educational Management University. Dear all, we still have 3 more interesting presentations, and one of them will be presented by Ms. Ingrida Zurlytė, who is the World Health Organization Office of Lithuania, and she is the head of this office. She will tell us about the importance of inclusion in the educational process to the health of school children. Thank you to the colleagues from the IOM for inviting me into this important and interesting conference. I am honored to read a presentation to educational experts. I am not one myself, unfortunately, and I will focus more on the health side. The key message of my presentation, because it was very interesting to listen to the scientific presentation, because there is a lack of them, not only in Lithuania, but in the world and in Europe, especially as related with refugees and their inclusion in the educational system and the impact on their health, because health and education are interrelated. Education is considered one of the key factors influencing health, as well as health and the state of health, both of teachers, students, and family members, can influence the educational process. So very briefly about the World Health Organization. It's a UN agency focusing on health. And this is the only specialized agency. We have 194 member states. It is an intergovernmental organization where governments and ministers of health meet in large events, assemblies and committees, and decide on different health strategies, plans, directions, principles, etc. So the World Health Organization is active in 6 regions. We are in the European region, and the European region is probably most diverse because we have 53 member states, Israel, Turkey, Central Asia, up to Iceland, etc. All the EU, Balkans, and almost 900 million of inhabitants, more than 200 of different languages, and so on. The European region also has a regional office in Copenhagen and also country offices. We have a WHO office in Lithuania too, just as for the IOM and UNHCR. The organization, of course, has common priorities that are related with the UN Sustainable Development Goals and WHO Global Work Program. And one of these circles is related with extreme situations, emergency situations. And as the program was being created, we expected that by 2025, more than 1 billion people would be protected from emergency situations. Unfortunately, due to COVID and other extreme situations, as well as because of the war in Ukraine, these goals will be not achieved by 2025. We also have the European Action Plan for 2025, envisaging joint action for better health. You mentioned several sectors, and I'm missing here representatives from the Ministry of Health, because, of course, health is a very specific aspect, but it is tightly linked with our topic today. There are 12 priority areas. I'll not focus on them too much, but education and migration and health is also among these enumerated in the list, as well as emergency situations, preparedness and response. All of this is tightly linked, as are all the topics. They are in one or another way related to education. Of course, I must also mention partnerships among different international organizations, partnerships with national and regional organizations, as well as non-governmental organizations, as well as civil society and other groups. Let me also stress that this year, WHO, for the first time, published a global report on the health of refugees and migrants. This comprehensive report says that refugees and migrants receive not only educational services from schools, but the schools play other important roles, for example, as a platform for immunization programs, community formation, healthy living interventions, also helps cater for material and emotional and mental needs. Of course, all of this is related also with Ukrainian refugees. However, there are different obstacles that persist. In this report, the obstacles faced by Ukrainian arrivals in other countries are not discussed in detail. However, the main obstacles have already been identified here. Of course, the scopes of the surveys are not large, but they still demonstrate that it all correlates with the previous practices as related with the integration of refugees into education. It goes without saying that the Convention of Child's Rights is very important as well, which also provides for as high as possible levels of health. I should just mention that this right is applicable not only to children of a given country, but also to migrants and refugees despite of their legal status. So good health of children and their welfare, in fact, depends on many factors, beginning with the child himself or herself and the living conditions, the family, and the community. So I would also like to single out the following. Children have to have child-friendly spaces, and they should access preschool and school establishments as early as possible. Here I have in mind children, refugees, health and welfare. So as we've had early access to institutions and schools, sometimes involves obstacles. Unaccompanied minors, of course, have to be continually monitored. Holistic age evaluation should also be applied. It involves other aspects, not only medical ones, as well as other important aspects. As is known, every person, as well, including children, are faced with different risk factors while they are traveling from one country to another, in this case, forcibly leaving the country, and also protective factors. As has been mentioned, the context is important, as well as social support and individual child's emotional status and mindset, because here we are speaking about post-traumatic stress disorder, but international groups also highlight the fact that not all children experience the syndrome or the disorder itself, because children also have certain resilience. Of course, children experiencing war are under great stress and different ordeals, even dual, various ordeals. And if they see that their guardians or parents are under stress, and they experience dual stress. But children nonetheless have a certain resilience. So not all children have post-traumatic disorder, and it is even recommended that we should not necessarily focus that all of them are supposed to be traumatized. Yes, a great part of them are, but let me draw your attention to the fact that especially while talking more intimately with these children, you should not only focus on that. There are different risk and protective factors. Children come from different countries, but even children from the same country come from different walks of life. Their health condition and mental condition is different. While talking in general about school and involvement in education, it is important to stress mental health and welfare, because there is more risk of violence among migrating children. In the case of Ukrainians, it is war and the stress of migration. post-traumatic stress disorders, depression, anxiety, and the external signs of these disturbances sometimes may not seem to be more expressed or widespread than among the host country, but it could still be stronger, and we know different symptoms of that. However, we have good data and evidence that after a certain period of time, these things start to subside, especially if we focus enough on that. And later on, social and economic conditions in the host country start playing a more important role. Sometimes parents divorce, bullying, or other situations. It is quite alarming that about 11%, as you said, of them experience bullying in Lithuanian schools. Let me also mention that in Ukraine, a mental health situation before the war and since 2014, the situation was critical in Ukraine, so the mental health situation was worse as compared with the European average. But I should also mention that Ukrainian colleagues, both in the WHO and in Ukraine, the Ministry of Health and other institutions, have spared no efforts, and Ukraine is one of the exemplary countries in terms of implementing various mental health initiatives, both in the humanitarian context and in the general mental health system reform. And it deserves great respect that they continue these actions even now. I have little time left, but I would still like to mention probably the most important, most interesting things, because I was looking for interventions and science-based interventions related to psychoeducational interventions. Unfortunately, there are not many of scientific methodologies, but the teaching recovery techniques, maybe you are aware of it. It was developed, this methodology was developed for children who have experienced wars or natural disasters. And I found the initial source in 2018. But I'm happy to see that this methodology is now actively implemented in Estonia. There are possibilities to use it. It is not free, but it is possible. This methodology can be translated, and I'm happy to see that one Ukrainian activist living in the UK has also translated these methodologies into Ukrainian, at least some of them. And this is about group activities with children and, of course, their parents. And it is a good tool for teachers as well. It's not only meant for psychologists, it's also a preparatory tool for teachers. Other important programs are those involving support to parents. I found one, MindSpring. I will not delve into details here, but these initiatives are important because they focus on cultural specificities. Sometimes we ask, why has the Lithuanian response was so different towards Belarusian migrants from Belarus and towards Ukrainian refugees? And here we are speaking about cultural similarities. Of course, they are many, but there are certain cultural differences too, which we have to be aware of and understand them. So these programs are the ones that include refugees and their representatives themselves. The health Promotion programs at schools are equally important because, as I said, schools are key in the health protection and improvement of refugees and migrants. Therefore, we need to have professionals competent in culture aspects and aware of health needs and risks, and who would be able to adapt the programs to individual needs of children and families. This is, of course, a big expectation for the teachers and the entire school community, but it can be worked with. We do see that these programs have worked out, and learning outcomes and the mindset of children, their willingness and motivation to learn is bigger. Their wish to communicate is bigger, and the communication among teachers and the informal non-directive communication with children are great advantages. My time is running out, but this is the most important part of the presentation. The Interagency Monitoring Committee, which has a group of psychosocial support for activities in emergency situations, have prepared a specific tools kit of psychosocial help as a humanitarian response to the situation in Ukraine and neighboring countries. It includes various guidelines and tools and has been translated into many languages. Many have been recommendations have been translated into Ukrainian and some into Lithuanian. Some of them you could have already read. I saw that the publication in Lithuanian has been distributed, but in our office we have more, so we can share these booklets with you. We also have printed out the booklets in Ukrainian. These publications have been prepared for the COVID situation, but it can be used while being with smaller children. It is also in Ukrainian. It is also product of this group. It's called My Hero Is You. I believe that it's very suitable for the Ukrainian situation. There are other manuals. This publication can be used by every person, despite of their profession and their age. Even is suitable for younger and older children.
Other publications are more or less for professionals and for group sessions and individual sessions. Our office, together with the Ministry of Social Affairs and Education, Ministry, Healthcare, organized traumatic experience preparation in schools, the concern for children who experienced war atrocities. It was a lecture of 3 hours in English, and in YouTube you will hear Lithuanian translation. And it's a good summary on what to do. What is a traumatic experience, how to deal with it, and what is important at schools. What is a response to traumatic experience and how small children react to that, what is a post-traumatic reaction, what is resilience, also defense factors, what skills are needed, and also teachers need support, psychological support as well, because they also have to receive the experience and live with that. Also, the public healthcare bureaus also receive training, the ones that work with migrants, and I would encourage schools to use the resources of these specialists, and because they have those resources. Thank you very much. And if you want more information and more publications, please approach. Thank you very much. Inglika Zulita from the World Health Organization office in Lithuania. And now, without further ado, we would like to invite Auksė Petruškevičiūtė, Social Teachers of Pedagogue Association. She's a director and lecturer of Vytautas Magnus University. She will speak about the needs and experience of healthcare specialists while integrating Ukrainian children. It is an exceptional opportunity, I think, to meet with all of you, the specialists from different areas, and I would like to thank the organizers of the conference, because every presentation was enriched, I think, myself and all of us. And I think will give us lots of opportunities for cooperation, so we could tackle other changes and challenges. I would like them to be nicer, but life is as it is. The content of my presentation is as follows. At first, I will speak about the Lithuanian education support system, the design, the experience, and also the needs, and also discussion will be at the end. Well, briefly, the education support is one of the integral parts of the Lithuanian system of education in order to, for formal, non-formal education, informal education function, education support should be functional. And in accordance to our legislation, the support of education is defined as support for teachers, parents, and pupils in order to improve the efficiency of education. Let me introduce certain facts and figures. This is the statistics of the previous year and how it is distributed in schools. The support of education is provided by the specialists, who are broken down into certain groups: psychologists or special teachers, also the teachers to help the deaf children. Also, for my research, for the purpose of my research, I picked social pedagogues, social educators, as at the moment we have the majority of them working in Lithuanian schools. And as regards psychologists, what you heard from different speakers are the ones that are lacking. Social educators, pedagogues are the ones that not only provide the support, but also become coordinators of support. Education support is provided in a few levels, on the level municipality, also on the national level as well. I chose the level of school. Well, the survey or the research hasn't been concluded, and social pedagogues took part. And that was the morning of February 24, and later data was collected a bit later. And it encompassed the geography and schools. Well, we took into account small town schools and also biggest Lithuanian schools. Qualitative research was carried out, and the results were broken down into different topics. Let me introduce the distribution of Ukrainian children. We listened to the Secretary General from Education, or Chancellor speaking, and how many people study remotely. But if we were to speak about the distribution from Ukraine, Ukrainian children per schools, then we would see a bit fragmented view. We have children who come on the very first days of war. I managed to find out that first children came on the 4th of March, so others earlier, and on the 1st of September. So some children, one could draw a conclusion, are studying from the very beginning of war, and others came this year. A very different number of school children. One factor was very important in terms of support in education, from 1 to 2 Ukrainian children in a school of 1,000. School received 50, 60. Now there is in one school 116 pupils out of 600. So imagine every 4th child is Ukrainian. So it was a very different distribution in schools. The participants of the survey also said that in one class they have 17 children and 12 Lithuanian pupils. And there was also a situation when general education schools established a kindergarten next to it. Also, there were situations when half of the children left the school and others came back. So the distribution changed and microclimate changed as regards with the incoming children. Also, the participants of survey also mentioned that for the communication, communication is a problem in one place, not a problem in another place. For example, not all specialists manage to communicate in Russian. We're trying to reduce communication in Russian, but parents want to communicate in Russian. And also our schools have a different distribution of specialists, and that is not really related to what the situation is like. We have social pedagogues working as part-time, some are working full-time. We are lacking psychologists. Also, there is Ukrainian community, local community. In some places it's very big, in others it's very small. Previously, there was not a single person from Ukraine, and only now the society is gaining pace. Also, social pedagogues said that there are situations when in the same school we have Ukrainian children and also the children of other cultures. For example, somebody coming from Israel. What about social pedagogues working in the general education schools? What they saw and how they looked like. Sometimes they are angry, some they're cold and depressed because they don't have their the pets. They are concerned about their fathers, and they saw the atrocities of war, or they heard about it and have a lot of surplus information on war. That was also indicated as something impacting them and the overall landscape. Well, it was also tried to take into account how social support was offered from the very, very first days. First of all, the educators felt as first aid providers because they were the first people once the school is contracted or once the family comes to school. And they took part in picking the school, informing the teachers, and the first presentation in school. And they also said that we're also cooperating with school staff, during the provision of first aid, they provided info on everything. This is an issue of language and communication. They used smart technologies and so on and so forth. They also were interpreters because it was not important what language to communicate. They presented to the school, introduced children to school, also spoke to parents. These were the first actions, what they had to do and what they did. Also, they also spoke about the stage of social transformation, so to say. And then they said that it was a very clear stage of transformation. And here you see what they had to do. For example, they had to take children to the healthcare center, organize the support, look for sponsors. Others said that they also had a room for support and had volunteer service. And the support from the community was really great, and they would become coordinators, and others would include close contacts, friends, the people they knew, and relatives. Another stage that was singled out by social educators or pedagogues was that they were in like some kind of a vicious circle. These pedagogues were facing difficulties when they provided support during the pandemic, during online tutoring and instruction. But these were new conditions, and they had to transform themselves into interpreter, psychologist, social pedagogue, and so on and so forth. And they took part in the meetings of parents and had to also speak about how to do things. And of course, they also organized occupation during free time, summertime. And also there was activity that had to be done with also the pupils that still studied at school, Lithuanian pupils. Social pedagogues, after this first exposure, who have experience when working with Ukrainian children, said that they are now structuring this social educational support, and one of their aims was that children who come to their institutions of education would live a normal life. Some lived a normal life, those who, let's say, received children at the beginning of the war. For the others, integration just started. Social pedagogues said that support is reducing at the moment, and there are more document handling free of charge meal provision, and now you need to deal with the documents. There is empathy, there is how to also look into some everyday issues. Of course, there are such rituals, but the main, most important thing is observing if the child is not alone, and continuous development, continuous improvement. And you also mentioned the schooling, and our social pedagogues are also learning and developing. What about the good practice examples to Lithuanian schools? Pupils tried their social skills in reality, and also school support providers are happy that pupils become really friendly, and here we see that the idea that there is a trend that bullying is reducing in school. So we will try to look into the situation, but usually bullying happens after school. So we need to look into the qualitative and quantitative research, and intercultural communication. The main challenges of providing support is that special needs are non-diagnosed. Some will experience these needs sometime in the future. We need to look into the system. We need to consult the specialists. So here we need different levels of education. We need to strengthen the competences under new conditions, and we're very grateful for all the new information and methodological support that we would need to include. And the Lithuanian Social Pedagogue Association received support from the Ministry of Sports and Education, which is called Social Support, Pedagogical Support to Ukrainian Children. And at the moment, we are organizing meetings with Ukrainian teachers, also pedagogues, so we could have joint efforts and help our education support providers, because they also need support. I would like to thank you for the attention, and if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you. A very brief question coming to us online. Very brief answer, please. The question is, how do the NGO sector organizations contribute to special needs of Ukrainian children? The non-governmental sector, well, the Lithuanian Association of Social Pedagogues is also a non-governmental sector. And what you've heard from us today, we really spare no effort to help, first of all, our own specialists and social pedagogues, and all the illustrations that you saw today are made by myself. We work with Ukrainian children and pedagogues and cooperate with other non-governmental organizations. Thank you very much. This was Auksė Petruškevičiūtė, the director of the Association of Social Pedagogues and the lecturer of Vytautas Magnus University. The last presentation is by the director of Gravitas Schola, Agnė Klimačiauskaitė-Janavičienė. She's the head of the school. She will talk about cultural and social needs and challenges faced by Ukrainian children in Lithuania. Dear Agnė, the floor is yours. Hello. I'm sorry for my voice. Professional consequences. I am not used to speaking in high decibels, but that is our school. We have to speak a bit louder there. I am from Gravitas Schola. This is a Lithuanian private free school for children running from war, a regime, or who cannot stay in their country for other reasons. The key goal of the school is to make our children active people, active creators of a peaceful world. How did it happen that we established the school? With a team of more than 100 volunteers and with the support of 30 companies and with the goodwill and sharing of many Lithuanians, we have managed to create this school. First of all, in March, we helped one private Ukrainian school to evacuate. We received it in Vilnius. We renewed the process of education, and in May we continued to assemble Ukrainian children and teachers, we established a public institution, a school. This is not just a building, not just education, but it's also a center for education because we cooperate with schools, we exchange practices, we are looking for joint solutions because we're all in the same boat. And we also established parallel for communities, for villages in Vilnius, housing about 300 Ukrainian refugees, including children, families, teachers. And we are trying to unite our forces, also by providing humanitarian help, also provide therapeutic services. The images presented by AUX, well, we see them every day, and help is really needed. And we are trying to take care about everything to make it easier for people to integrate in our country as smoothly as possible. Let me go back a little. How did the school start? I'll try to give you a chronological overview. The beginning of the war and then the beginning of March. And Lithuanian educators are active people and they responded to the cries for help. I see a lot of positive things that have happened while cooperating with institutions, with the municipality of Vilnius, with our Ministry of Education and other institutions. And I'll try to reveal how the cooperation is happening. First of all, we consulted with the Ukrainian colleagues because they were most aware of the situation. Together, we created a strategic team of Lithuanian and Ukrainian educators so that we could together look for solutions that could help Lithuanian teachers to withstand the loads, because children started coming in from the very first days of war, and we had no systemic solutions. Nobody was preparing for such challenges. Together, we tried to help and register Ukrainian teachers to locate our lost colleagues. Of course, we accumulated all the necessary information. We organized first courses for trauma handling to Lithuanian teachers and systemized the measures and tools, education tools. We tried to collect and systemize textbooks, platforms, we also had the request for help to help children integrate in Lithuanian schools. There was one request to help a school evacuate, and we organized the help. This is our first office. Right away, there was a question, how shall we educate the children? It's not enough to have the textbooks. We have to have more than that. The system was not ready for that, but we were doing our best to jointly look for solutions. The ministry, educators, and schools, we all heard a traditional solution, 6 months of Lithuanian language and Lithuanian history. When we saw the children coming to us, we understood that this was not the best solution because families, teachers, and children lived on their suitcases, hoping that in a couple of months they would come back. And this is no place to learn about Lithuanian nouns. This has to be for adaptation, emotional support. We started also uniting psychologists and tried to change the models of accepting children to schools. Is it really necessary to establish the level of language, and should they really be taught Lithuanian language 25 hours per day? The dialogue with the ministry is ongoing, and we are happy that the ministry is flexible and fast. It takes into account the adaptation period, the need for the adaptation period, and it reacts. Next, we educators request to speed up the process of employing Ukrainian teachers and to set up dedicated classes, because there are more and more children, and we have Ukrainian teachers who are able to take good care of their own children. We were also looking for other possibilities, and we're happy that institutions have reacted fast and amended the legislation to allow teachers who do not speak the language to start working in the schools. Mid-March, the first training for Lithuanian teachers on how to work with traumatized children were organized. Different civil initiatives also were launched. We set up a center to coordinate the integration of Ukrainians into local communities. The educators established a network so that Ukrainian educators could provide recommendations to teachers, because they were well aware of their children's mindset and their ways of learning. So that was the first aid for the children. Along, we had other suggestions. Some of them were taken on board, others not. The universities were very open for cooperation, including Vilnius and Mykolas Riomeris universities. They were very benevolent while looking for possibilities, because along with the children came students and graduates, and we had to think what to do with them. Vilnius municipality started thinking about Ukrainian classrooms, and even there were discussions about a separate Ukrainian school, and we accepted the whole school, who came with the whole community. This community had to be accommodated, and here we have the team of volunteers, and also with the help of companies, we achieved this. The result you can see on the screen, before and after. We turned a hospital ward into a home, and it's all thanks to our army of volunteers. At the end of March, we saw classrooms and schools emerge. They devoted to Ukrainian children, so everything was developing very fast. Such miracles are only possible in Lithuania, evidently. In a month's time, we understood that we are seeing a Ukrainian school emerge with children from Mariupol to Lviv. We also had a kindergarten accepting children from Ukraine. We had schools which devoted separate classrooms for that. What is our goal? As we saw the challenges of their integration, we saw that first of all, and most important, was to complete the school year. At the end of March, a school in Kaunas was opened, and there was a need for Ukrainian classes. At the middle of May, we understood that the children had to be somehow united, pooled, and taken care of, because the variants available to them were not suitable. We saw how difficult it was for them to integrate into schools step by step. The main goal was to help them heal, because the children were running from traumas. Colleagues presented very well all the emotional challenges. And only afterwards it is possible to expect them opening to other cultures and co-creation. One of the goals is also humane integration, because our children did not find the ways offered for them efficient. We tried to listen in to the children, to their families, and cater for their real needs, for what they need, not for what I think that they need. And we were determined to together with Ukrainian teachers, to look for educational possibilities for Ukrainian children. We were trying to look for another way, and this other way was a trauma-sensitive school. We started working with the Trauma-Informed School of Britain, and we became partners in Lithuania. So this is the possibility for children to learn in their own language, also to stay connected to their educational system and to gradually adapt to our educational system. This is about democratic education, about human rights, and about the possibility to finish school in parallel, especially for those children who plan to come back. It is important for them to have the Ukrainian education, and they can do this while studying in Lithuania live and also online in Ukraine. Here are several pictures from our school. It's nice to see Lithuanians and Ukrainians together. Our school is open and friendly. The teachers are learning themselves to be together. They are learning Lithuanian along with the children. They are camping together. They are integrating and studying. They are sharing. And what next? The basis is there. And what shall we do with the children who don't know what will happen tomorrow? We don't know this either. We understand that this is a mobile school, which appears whenever it is needed. So one of our goals is to provide the children with the possibility to learn according to the curriculum of their country. And we are waiting to approve the Ukrainian curriculum and to parallelly integrate the Lithuanian one, so the children who later on come back to Ukraine do not feel the difference. And the children who stay in Lithuania could smoothly integrate into our educational system. This is a school that caters for the needs of refugee children. This is a community that integrates and is integrating itself. It is an open community, and this is a change because along with this school, new models of education are coming in, and these models are relevant and related with the different best practices and experiences in Lithuania and Europe. We can give this gift to Ukraine so that the children come back different, so that the children are ready and strong, mentally ready, and well-educated, brave, and ready to rebuild their country, because their dreams have been narrowed to conquering the world, from conquering the world to rebuilding their country. Who needs it most? First of all, us, Lithuania, so that we ourselves learn to be together while remaining ourselves. Thank you, and glory to Ukraine. Thank you. This was Agnė Klimačiauskaitė-Janavičienė, the director of Gravitas Scholar. Thank you for your presentation and for your work. It's really a very important work. Thank you. And please, a round of applause to Agnė once again. You probably have seen that every speaker has given us a part of themselves, and we got a lot of interesting and useful information. And maybe this was at the expense of our joint discussions, but I do hope that you got a lot of useful information. And now, to sum up the conference, I'd like to give the floor to the person who started this conference. It's the initiator of the conference, the head of the Vilnius office of the IOM, Eitvydas BINGELIS.
Thank you very much. I do remember when looking at my watch back from school, the bell is ringing to whom? Teachers or pupils? Well, I think we're approaching the end. We did not find time for discussion, but I do understand that there was a lot of exchange. People have insights, they exchange experience. Just a few things from my own side, from what I heard. There was one part coming back to what we had. We had the Chancellor from Ministry of Education, who shared a lot of interesting things, that certain lessons were important to the system of education. We had a flow of migration. There was a lot of stress. And it helped us to prepare for our current situation. And the Chancellor also presented the collected data, so they are used for decision making, the territories and families. And I think what is important is the accessibility of data, helps to make better decisions. The plan might be nothing, but planning is important. This is important. I think that we need to simulate different situations and to think about contingency planning. Also, Richard from Canada shared the experience that migration is one of the most important directions towards which the state should be moving. And when we say migrants, refugees, I think those newcomers is the best definition. So those who come to our country are newcomers, and we should do everything so they feel welcome. We need to have a plan. So, and what is most important, where we are moving to, what rights people have. They have to have access to housing and so on and so forth. And the settlement worker is a good example that plays a very important role on the local level when we need to find contacts with institutions, municipalities, and to find the social network. Akmenė's mayor was also very rich with experience from back 2014. One of the unique things is that they have dedicated persons who work with integration of refugees. And when we speak about the municipal level, this is important. So in crisis situations, we have coordination mechanisms on the local level that have their competences, that can make decisions and solve individual issues. So we have municipality, national level, global decisions, and also municipal decisions, and also technical issues. Red tape should serve people. Also, collecting data is important, but sometimes we don't know how we can implement things. UNHCR spoke about the scope that we have, the biggest migration movement from the Second World War. We don't have refugee camps, and this is amazing. It's amazing expression of solidarity. Unique migration wave, 90% women, 40-60% children. This is a very specific wave of migration. And we have challenges, and sometimes the children don't reach the schools. Also, Vytautas Magnus University, Three Musketeers presented very important and different situations that so the voice of teachers is heard. The voice of Ukrainians is heard when we speak about challenges. That's why we need them, and we need Ukrainians in the decision-making process. As regards teachers, we see that sometimes they are lacking experience, but they have their own community. We need to strengthen this teacher community. Ingida from World Health Organization spoke about methodological tools, so please talk to her. We will share all the slides, and UN organizations active in Lithuanian share their experience, so please speak to us. We will give all the material to you. We'll try to find it. So we're trying to do our work well. Ingrid also mentioned that not all children are traumatized. We have to articulate that well, and specialized intervention programs, tools are necessary for everyone. They are accessible, they should be known. Also, Social Pedagogue Association spoke about the role of social pedagogue transformer from the February 24 to now transformed itself. And they also transformed themselves in different shapes and forms, helped to survive. So I think the role of such social pedagogues is going to be ever increasing. So I do hope that we'll focus on that profession. Gravitas School, also a very good example of private companies to react to different situations and create a miracle, as Agne mentioned. These are good examples. One should not forget that there are lots of people who want to help, who can help. They need to have the tools in order to make the change that they can make. Mobile school is the school when one needs it. This is a mobile school. This is a new phenomenon that comes into our life, and it's just interesting how this our system of education passes this stress test. I do hope you shared the contacts, you talked to one another during the coffee break, and I do believe that what was mentioned in the presentation could be found in emails and also exchanged personally. So we will send all the material to all those who need that. I do hope that you will have more ideas and initiatives for the future. This is most important. And I would like to thank the interpreters. The interpreters thank those who have listened to them. So thank you very much. Thank you to Andrius, Egle, and Dalia with the team who organized the conference. Thank you. And have a good day. That's the bell at the end. Dear all, thank you very much to Eitvydas BINGELIS from International Migration Organization Bureau in Lithuania. We are finishing, ending our conference, Inclusive School, How to Manage the Culture Shock. Would like to inform all the participants that the certificates of attendance will be sent by email. Thank you very much and have a good day.